Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Carried the Weight of a Broken Japan? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The images moved fast in her head. She remembered holding her breath as she ran through the purple smoke. She remembered the pain in her shoulder as the bullet dug into her flesh. She remembered staring as Alfie's life slipped away. She remembered Ciro falling to the pavement, blood pouring out of his wound as Akiko took his life. But she was fine. She was fine. She repeated it to herself. She was fine. Only 2 died during the attack. Only Alfie and Ciro lost their lives. Many others were injured. Ida's legs were broken, and Haven broke Zir's wrist and jaw. Midoriya broke his arm too, but he was less of a concern that was normal for him. In a few days, Recovery Girl had healed everyone. So it was fine. Akiko was fine. And when she couldn't convince herself, when she couldn't push the memories away, she would go to Ava. She would hang out with the pirates, and she would forget for a few hours, and she would be fine. Yuzu had never gone to the gym before. He hadn't seen the point, and he didn't like people staring. After he was finally allowed to leave the hospital, he went. He went to the gym. He wasn't going to be useless. He learnt the machines, he learnt the routine, and he began training. He would never be useless again. He didn't talk about Ciro. He didn't think about Ciro. Akiko would text him at least every 3rd day, checking in on him, but he didn't want to talk about it. He knew Akiko didn't want to talk about it either. So they didn't. Jiro and Yaomomo tried to talk to him too. He would talk until halfway through the conversation, he would be hit with a warm fuzzy feeling and remember what Shigekure told him. Then he would hang up without warning. He would sit, playing the conversation in his head, and when he couldn't distract himself, he would train. Akiko would be so proud of him if he told her. But he didn't because then they would actually have to talk about it. Naka tried to not think. If he thought he would think things, he didn't want to. So, he stayed away from thinking altogether. He tried to talk to Akiko, but she was always with her pirates. She would try, though, every 3rd day like clockwork. You okay? But the conversation never lasted long. He tried to talk to Yuzu, but he was doing stuff. Yuzu was harder to talk to. He would always go to Kirishima one way or another. He was always ready to just do something, whether it was going out, staying in, or even studying. And he didn't think. The villains were planning, plotting, and preparing for their next move. They didn't care about the heroes in training that got in their way. They had a mission to do. The world of heroes will fall. Yuzu stopped when he walked into his house. All Might and Aizawa were waiting on the couch, talking to his foster parents. Hi. Mr. Kamishiro, welcome back. All Might smiled as Yuzu hesitantly pulled up a chair. Is this about the dorm thing? All Might nodded as Aizawa took over. We are here asking for your guardian's consent to take you to the UA dorms so we can protect you. Yuzu chuckled. Don't look so worried. We already agreed to send me. Aizawa smiled as he glanced back at the foster family. The man shrugged. Are you going to let her mutilate herself again? Aizawa and All Might shared a confused look as Yuzu groaned. Aizawa glanced at Yuzu before speaking slowly. No unauthorized surgeries will be allowed to take place while Yuzu lives in the UA dorm. The man nodded and gave his consent as Yuzu left to deadlift his anger away. Naka's house was next. The place was small with stuff everywhere, not that the family minded. Naka smiled softly as he listened to All Might. His parents talked about their concerns, but they were calm. It's always been our Nana's dream to be a hero. He's always been working so hard with those little friends of his. Are Akiko and Kamishiro going too? Naka's mum smiled as Aizawa nodded. We have confirmed that Kamishiro will be going, and we hope that Ueda will as well. The lady grinned, turning to Naka. They're such wonderful girls. I heard Kamishiro was one of the ones kidnapped. I'm so glad she's fine. Naka didn't look at his mother, tightening his grip. Right? Aizawa paused as he suppressed saying anything. Kamishiro was one of the students kidnapped, but he was rescued and is safe. It is why we wish for the students to stay on campus so we can assure it doesn't happen again. Oh, you don't have to sell it to me. Having Naka around all those heroes will only do him good. He'll be trying for his hero license soon, right? Yes. When all the students have settled in, we will begin training them for their license exam in a few weeks. Wonderful. I just know my Nana is so looking forward to getting out there and protecting people. Naka didn't say anything as he listened to his mother talk. She went on and on and on, not letting anyone else speak. All Might frowned as he watched Naka, making a mental note. Aizawa stopped before the last house. The house was being half taken over by plants that crawled up the walls and bloomed out of season. The smell of lavender wafted around as a girl walked out of the house. She stopped short, staring at Aizawa and All Might in shock. Hiya, I've got to work, but Mum's in, so you should run. She sidestepped the heroes, getting into her car and driving off. Aizawa glanced at All Might, sharing a look before they walked up to the house and knocking on the door. Instantly, the place was full of barking. Footsteps tumbled down the stairs as shouting echoed through the house. Come on, Jade, calm down. Akiko stopped before the door, opening it and waving Aizawa and All Might inside. The second she walked into the kitchen, she grabbed the barking black dog, who continued to growl and bark loudly. Oh, shut up, Jade. Akiko's mother stormed in as Jade went quiet, whimpering back to her bed. The other dog didn't even move from the sofa. Hello, Mrs. Ueda. Is your husband home? Akiko's mother laughed. Oh, of course not. What is this about? It's about the dorm move, right? Akiko sat on the opposite sofa, putting her laptop on the floor. What dorm? The UA dorm. You didn't tell me about that. Yes, I did, Akiko grumbled before shaking her head. They want to keep us safe. Because they're so good at that. We are safe. A kid died. Akiko froze, gulping as he gave Aizawa a desperate look. The room stayed in an uncomfortable silence before Aizawa cleared his throat. We can assure you that your daughter will be safe within the UA walls. Akiko's mum still didn't look convinced, but she agreed anyway. The second she wasn't required, Akiko left for her room. Aizawa stood before the class, the new 1A dorm behind them. Given everything that has happened, I'm glad we were able to bring class back together. So, we all got the go-ahead to move on campus, Kaminari grinned as Hakigure sighed. It took a lot of convincing from my parents. I was pretty concerned about mine, Jiro muttered while scratching her cheek. Yuzu smiled, turning to Jiro. It makes sense. You got the worst of the gas attack. If we're talking about the worst, then you definitely beat me, Jiro joked as Yuzu smiled. You kidding? I didn't even get a scratch. Akiko got shot. Akiko jumped, hearing her name and turning around. She shrugged, rolling her shoulder. It's not that bad. The salt did more damage. Salt. The class didn't question Akiko's claim as Tsu spoke. We're glad to see the teachers got to come back too. I was afraid you wouldn't be allowed. The people at the press conference seemed pretty upset with you guys. Aizawa hummed. Yeah. I was surprised as well. But circumstances have changed. I suspect it was easier for the administration to let the teachers return instead of revamping the entire faculty. Now then, I'll explain how your form assignments will work shortly. First, however, we haven't forgotten about the provisional hero licenses you were supposed to get during the training camp. Oh yeah, that's what we were there for, Sato gaped as Mina nodded. So much has happened. It totally slipped my mind. This is important. Listen well. Aizawa paused before glancing across the group. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida, Ueda, Hatsuharu. You 8 are the ones who broke the rules and went to rescue Bakugo and Kamishiro that night. The class tensed, avoiding their teacher's gaze. Based on your reactions, I assume the rest of you were at least aware of their plan. During this night, Shiro died. I'm going to set aside a number of issues and just say this. If it weren't for All Might's retirement from the hero scene, I would expel everyone here except Bakugo, Ueda, and Hagakure. The 7 of you who went, of course. But also the remaining 10 who didn't stop them. You betrayed our trust. Even if it was to keep your friends from getting into trouble. In order to regain our confidence, you'll need to obey every rule to the letter and live as model students. That's all. Look alive. Enjoy your new home. The class did not look alive. They hung their heads as Aizawa walked away. Oh, we're supposed to be excited after that speech, Naka grumbled. Bakugo tooted, grabbing Kaminari and dragging him behind a bush. Kaminari screamed as his quirk sparked. His brain short-circuited as Bakugo pushed him back out. Jiro snorted as she laughed. The class smiled softly as Bakugo walked back out, storming to Kirishima's side. Kirishima! He pulled out a stack of cash as Kirishima screamed. Whoa, did you shake him down for cash? No. This is my money, you idiot. To replace what you spent. Kirishima blinked. How'd you know I brought night vision goggles? Bakugo scowled, pushing the cash against Kirishima's chest and walking past him. Don't say I never gave you anything. Now, I'm not in your debt. Kaminari show your dumb side. Jiro laughed as Kaminari continued to be an idiot. Akiko smiled slightly before nudging Yuzu's side. You good? Yuzu frowned but nodded. I'm good. You good? Completely. She paused before glancing at Yuzu. We're both lying, aren't we? Completely, Yuzu mimicked as Akiko snorted. Sorry everyone. I know this won't make up for it, but let's all go out to eat tonight on me. Kirishima grinned as Naka cheered. Akiko looked utterly horrified at the idea as Yuzu laughed at her. It won't be that bad. Akiko scowled. Last time you said that, I almost drowned. That wasn't my fault. That was his fault. Yuzu pointed at Naka, who blinked. Hey! Akiko smiled before she stepped past them. I'm gonna set up my room. Right? You're totally not just in a rush to call your girlfriend. Naka grinned as Akiko rolled her eyes. She's not my girlfriend. She paused, muttering under her breath. You're as bad as Liz. Just as Akiko got to the door, she stopped, staring at the side. Akiko? Midoriya tilted his head as Akiko snapped out of her thoughts, jumping back. Are you okay? Fine. I'm fine. Akiko pushed past, walking away and into the dorm. The large building was more than most people had. Wooden floors separated the dining room and kitchen, while the living area was covered in a soft, dark green carpet. The walls were olive green with dark brown frames from the large windows. Each student dormitory holds one class, Aizawa explained as he led the class inside. Girls are on the right, and boys are on the left. The entire first floor is a common area. That's where you'll find your kitchen, baths, and laundry rooms. The students walked around, taking in the space. There's even a courtyard, Kirishima awed as Mina rushed about. So spacious and new. Uraraka gasped, her head spinning. I'm living in a mansion. Uraraka fell to the ground as Ida spun, screaming her name. Aizawa walked on. Living quarters start on the next floor. A few boys and girls on each level. Everyone gets their own room. You should be comfortable. You've got your own AC, toilets, fridges, and closets. The students began checking out the room. Momo gaped, tapping her chin. This room is about the same size as my closet at home, but I'll manage. Uraraka was having the opposite response. It's the size of my house. She collapsed again, only getting caught by Akiko. These are your dorm assignments. There is a strict rule against sleeping in other students' rooms or having others stay at yours regardless of gender or agender. Aizawa gave Naka, Kirishima, and Akiko a pointed look as Akiko gaped. Did we force UA to have an inclusive rule? Yuzu huffed. Well, there goes my SEC versus gender loophole. Kaminari glanced around. What the F is an agender? The class ignored him as Aizawa continued. The belongings you sent ahead have already been placed in your new rooms, so spend the day unpacking and getting settled. I'll tell you more about your next few lessons tomorrow. For now, get to work. The students cheered as they left to unpack. Akiko stopped as she chased after Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa frowned as he turned around. Is something wrong, Ueda? No, Akiko took a deep breath as she bowed. I wanted to thank you. For what? Akiko pulled out of the bow and fidgeted with her fingers. Not telling my mum what happened. Aizawa frowned, waiting for Akiko to continue. You know what really happened to Shiro. How didn't she know about that already? Akiko laughed nervously. She's not the most observant person. You were in jail overnight. Yeah. She didn't notice and I wasn't going to tell her. Her sister went to the station for me and she's the only one I told. I know if my mum found out she would just scream at me. It wouldn't matter if I was protecting someone. Murder isn't exactly Christian. Akiko stopped as she cleared her throat. Sorry, I'm rambling. Just thank you. If she had found out, I'm fairly sure it would have been the last straw. Last straw? Akiko hesitated. Doesn't matter. I'll see you later. Akiko turned and left as Aizawa grumbled, walking away with an annoyed look. Yuzu grinned as he stretched out his arms. He had officially finished. His room was set up, all his items were organized, and he was going to get a drink before he read his latest manga. Stopping, Yuzu stared in shock, unsure what to do. Bakugo was standing in the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water. Yuzu wanted to turn and run away. He didn't want to talk to Bakugo right now. Nope. Time to go. Yuzu turned when he heard Bakugo tut. Why the F are you avoiding me? Yuzu blinked. 'Cause you're scary? Bakugo scowled, making Yuzu step back further. He really wanted to leave, but he closed his eyes and took a breath. Hey, about what happened? What about it? Yuzu's will to stay and talk this out was fraying. Yuzu took a very deep breath. There goes his will, snapping like a fine thread. Nope. Forget it. Yuzu spun around, rushing to the door when Bakugo tutted again. I'm not going to tell anyone. Yuzu froze, glancing over his shoulder. What? I'm not going to tell anyone. Not about your shitty crush or the other stuff. Yuzu's shoulders fell, and he almost collapsed, catching himself on the wall. Seriously? Why the F would I tell anyone? It's none of their business. Yuzu smiled. Hey, look at that. You're not half a bad person. What the F you mean by that? Yuzu jumped up. Nothing. Yuzu stepped back as he chuckled. Still, thank you. Bakugo grunted in response as Yuzu rushed away. It wasn't until he returned to his room that he realized he still didn't have a drink. Ah, shit. The sunset and the lights turned on. The students gathered in the living area, exhausted and ready to collapse. Man, I'm beat, Kirishima grumbled as Naka nodded, taking a seat beside him. You and me both. You done unpacking? I think so. Feels good, right? My family moved only recently, half my stuff was already in boxes. I forgot I owned half that stuff. Kirishima laughed heartily as Naka beamed. I know we could have died. But it's kind of exciting to be living here. A unified class. It's the perfect way to increase our cooperation and DSPLN. How smart, Ida shouted as Yuzu scowled. Not everyone. The class temperature dropped harshly. Akiko laughed as she walked in. Wow, and here I thought I would kill the mood. Akiko stopped, jumping onto the couch and sitting with her legs to her chest. You boys done with your rooms? Mina grinned as she and the other girls walked in. Yup, Kaminari cheered, shaking off Yuzu's comment. We're just unwinding now. Well, the girls and I have been talking and Mina drifted off as Hagakure bounced forward. We have a great idea. Let's go around and see who has the coolest room. Mina grinned as Midoriya panicked. He looked horrified, but that just made them want to visit it more. Pushing open the door, the group could see the room. It was full of All Might figures, pictures, posters, everything. You're such a fanboy, Uraraka laughed as Midoriya leaned over his desk. Well, I admire him. This is embarrassing. Akiko laughed. This almost feels like how I imagine your guys' rooms. Just with one guy instead of 30 fandoms. Yuzu and Naka gasped in offense. You brought us half of those posters. That is irrelevant. Everyone stopped outside Tokoyami's room as he crossed his arms, leaning on the door. No. Mina and Hagakure pushed against Tokoyami, trying to move him out of the way. They opened the door, finding it completely dark with purple mood lighting. So dark and scary, Mina and Hagakure muttered together. You fiends. Tokoyami scowled as Kirishima picked up one of Tokiomi's keychains. Oh man, I had a keychain like this when I was in middle school. Naka blinked, leaning over Kirishima's shoulder. You did? Hard to imagine you in an emo phase. Kirishima laughed as Mina bounced up. He used to have black hair too. Naka blinked again. You did. So this is how boys like to decorate? Hagakure muttered as Tokoyami hung his head lower. Please leave. Sword. Akiko pushed past the others, running her fingers over the handle when she gasped, seeing blood on her fingers. She pulled back and forced a smile back to her face. It's cool. Get out, Tokoyami shouted as the group finally left. Aren't you dazzled? Aoyama stood in his room, posing as he stood in his room. Akiko hissed, closing her eyes and rubbing them. Naka gaped, unable to find the right words, while Yuzu tightened his lips. This is about as expected. Yuzu turned around, walking out of the room as Akiko tapped Aoyama's shoulder. Dude, I appreciate you, but you need help. Aoyama let out a horrified shriek before they all left. This is turning out to be really fun. Uraraka cheered before she turned. The last person on this floor is Naka, right? Kirishima turned to Naka as he blushed. Yeah. Naka led them to his room. The room was pretty basic. He had a large desk full of art books and supplies. He had different posters on the wall from various fandoms. He had covered his bed in various plushes, a mix of fandoms and actual animals. Kirishima ignored most of that, staring at the pride flag on Naka's wall. Akiko grinned, hopping over to Naka's desk. You still have the stories? She chuckled as Naka laughed. They're good. Kirishima cleared his throat. It's nice. Naka beamed, sitting up straighter. You think? Yuzu frowned, looking at the wall. You watch Blue Quandary? You watch Blue Quandary? It's gay and sci-fi, of course. I've watched it. Naka grinned, about to launch into a full rant when the class moved on. Ojiro's room was next. It was pretty much the basic package, and with every comment saying so, Ojiro's tail lowered a bit more. He forced a smile and encouraged everyone to leave. Ida's room was practically a library. The walls were covered in bookshelves, stacked to the ceiling where possible. The shelves above Ida's drawers were covered in glasses, and the place was annoyingly neat. The next room belonged to Kaminari. It had conflicting prints on the curtains and bed, weird statues, and so many hats. Akiko was half sure she couldn't spot a single book in there at all. Jiro rolled her eyes, walking away faster than she walked in, much to Yuzu's amusement. Koda's room was actually half decent. It had a light green theme and a few animal plushes. On the floor, a rabbit hopped about with its nose twitching. Naka grinned, cooing at the rabbit as Akiko stayed far away. Ojiro stood outside, his head hanging low as Kaminari grumbled. Man, this Esikas. I feel so judged right now. Hey, what a coincidence. I don't feel great at all. Ojiro sighed as the boys around him agreed. That's because the boys are the only ones who are getting picked on. They said it was a contest to see who had the coolest dorm room. Well, what about them? We have to see the girls' rooms to tell which one's best. Their interior design skills should be held to the same standard as ours. Show us those dorms, Kaminari shouted as the girls went quiet. I'm into it, Mina cheered as Akiko shrugged. I kind of assumed we were doing that anyway. Akiko blinked, seeing everyone staring at her. Why would we exclude the girls' room? She turned to Yuzu. Am I missing something obvious again? Yuzu nodded but didn't bother to explain. Mina figured out the rules as the group pushed on. They moved onto the fourth floor as Uraraka tapped her chin. Let's see, who else is on the fourth floor? It's Bakugo, Kirishima and Shoji, isn't it? Ida nodded. Where is Bakugo? Kirishima sighed as he scratched the back of his head. He thought this was lame, so he went back to his room to sleep. I could use some ZS too. Hagakure rushed past him, a grin on her face. Then we'll do your room next. You can sleep all you want after. Mina rushed off as Kirishima shrugged. Not that I care. But you might not get what I'm going for. A den of manliness. Kirishima walked into the room. It was decorated with fighting posters, a punching bag in the center and a fire print on the curtains. Naka blinked as he walked in. If I found out my boyfriend had a room that looked like this, I'd dump him. Hagakure finished as she and Mina turned, staring at Naka as he stepped back. I think it looks cool. Kirishima cheered, wrapping an arm around Naka's shoulders as Mina gave him a pointed look. Shoji's room was next. It was completely bare. There was a single desk and cushion in the corner and a basic mattress and sheets. It was almost impressive how little there was. Yuzu's room was next. He had a series of bookshelves close to the book, filled with manga of all kinds. Next to it was a desk and chair where his gaming computer sat. The inbuilt shelves were full of games for the computer and various consoles, which were placed under the TV stand. The TV stand was opposite the sofa and against his bed. Lastly, he had weights on the other side of his bed. "Ding, your room is busier than mine," Naka muttered as Yuzu huffed. "I have a lot of important stuff." Akiko frowned, glancing at the weights. 10 years I tried to get you to train, and now you're doing stuff?" Yuzu laughed nervously. "I didn't expect you to complain about me training." Akiko opened and closed her mouth, unable to think of a retort. "Just make sure you're taking rest days." Akiko turned as her gaze caught Yuzu's manga collection. "It's expanded." Yuzu grinned proudly. "Hell yeah." Jiro blinked, glancing at the bookcase before she blushed. "That's a lot of GL." Yuzu narrowed his eyes. "How did you know that?" Jiro blushed, pulling at her earjacks. "That's not important. Todoroki's next, right?" Todoroki nodded, leading the group to his room. "Let's get this over with. It's late." The room was almost like a traditional Japanese home. It had dark wooden furniture and a floor desk and chair. It didn't have a bed, but the floor had been changed. It was both weird and impressive. They moved on to the last of the guys' rooms. Sato's was pretty simple, but it was full of cooking utensils. He even had a microwave oven in which he was cooking cake. He handed out the cake, making the girls grin, well, except for Akiko, who refused the pieces. Sato gasped in shock as the girls continued to praise him. "That's it for the boys. Now it's our turn, ladies." Mina, as Jiro complained. "Aw man, that's so many rooms. Shouldn't we turn in?" "Come on, Jiro. Live a little." Jiro huffed as she walked to her room. "It's kind of embarrassing." Jiro's room was done in a punk rock aesthetic. The ceiling had a black-red checkered pattern mimicking the floor, which was black and gray. It was covered in guitars and speakers. A drum set sat behind her bed, and her wall had a giant band name on it. "Whoa, you've got so many instruments," Kaminari gasped as Jiro played with her earjacks. Yuzu gaped as he looked around. "It's so cool. These bands are amazing." Yuzu grinned, glancing back when he saw Jiro blushing. He stopped, looking away. "Dinnen," Akiko muttered, "you're going to make me miss my guitar." "You play." Jiro tilted her head as Akiko shrugged. "Nothing as fancy as this, but I like classical guitar, and I learnt chords back when I was in the orchestra and choir." "You were in a choir," Kaminari gaped as Akiko hit his shin. "Yes, I was." "Next is me," Hagakure screamed, jumping forward. "Welcome in, guys." Hagakure opened the room, welcoming everyone into her room. It was almost completely pink. Stuffed toys lined her top shelf, and a particularly large one was on her bed. "Now this is girly." "So pink," Kaminari muttered as Mina pulled them on. "Now do mine. Isn't it super cute?" She led them in. It was full of pink and black prints. A tiger print on the curtains, a spotted print on the bed, a heart print on the rug and a striped print on the chair. Next was Uraraka's. Hers was almost basic. It had the standard furniture, a TV and a desk. "Is this okay? It feels dirty seeing so many girls' rooms up close," Ojiro muttered as Akiko tilted her head. "Why? This is their private space." Tokoyami nodded. "Forbidden gardens." Akiko shook her head. "Guys are weird." "Next is Azui," Mina announced as Midoriya blinked. "Wait, where is Tsu?" "I haven't seen her." Uraraka walked out. "Oh, she wasn't feeling too good. So she's in her room." "Well, we shouldn't bother her," the group agreed as they moved on. Akiko's room was next. She walked in with little bother, letting the group enter. Her room had a number of bookshelves, all filled with manga and written books. She had her laptop on her desk and a pin board above it full of different art projects she did or Naka did for her. Her bed had a small gathering of stuffed animals, and her balcony had various small plants. Naka walked in, stopping before the pinboard. "Is that your girlfriend?" He gaped. There was a photo of Akiko with Ava. Akiko didn't do photos. Yuzu gaped, looking in the picture. "So that's what she looks like. I wondered what your type was." "Oh, shut up." Akiko tried to cover the picture, a deep blush on her face. Naka stood up, glancing around the room. "Hey, where's your bow?" "Oh, I left it at home. It's not like I use it for training, so there isn't much use of it here." Akiko shifted awkwardly as Yuzu and Naka gave her a concerned look but let it go. "You have a bow?" Mina tilted her head as Akiko nodded. "Olympic-style recurve. Dad says if I was born in a different time, I would have been Olympic material, but he says that about all his kids. Let's move on." Akiko pushed everyone out of her room and to the last. Yaomomo paused by her door, a nervous look on her face. "The thing is, I may have miscalculated a few things. My room's a little bit more cramped than I intended, and maybe not as creative as some of yours." She opened the door. It was dressed up pretty traditionally with muted and soft colors. Her large bed took up most of the floor space, making it hard to walk around. "It's my furniture from home, so I thought it'd fit. I had no idea how small these dorm rooms would end up being." The class just kind of looked at her as Jiro comforted her. "All right, everybody. Has everyone got their votes in? Remember, you can't pick yourself, guys." Mina stood in the front with her box of votes. She slowly took them out, counting and piling them to the side. "And now, without further ado, here are the results of the first best room competition, minus Bakugo and Tsu. Drumroll, please." With a total of 5 votes, the overwhelming winner of this totally awesome contest is Rikido Sato. The class was in shock as Sato himself exclaimed in confusion. "By the way, all the girls voted for you. Because that cake was delicious." Akiko blinked. "I did not." Kaminari charged at Sato, hitting him playfully as he screamed about bribery. "Is it over? Can I sleep now?" Todoroki glanced at his friends as Akiko jumped up. "I'm going to bed. Don't bother me." She walked away as Yuzu snorted. It was her bedtime. "Hey, Todoroki, Akiko. Wait a minute." Uraraka gulped as she looked around the room. "Deku and Ida, Hiru, Yayorozu, Jiro, Kirishima, Nakashima, you have a sec? It's really important." Akiko grumbled as she followed Uraraka out of the building, Naka in tow. "So, where are we going?" Kirishima stopped as he spotted Tsu standing under the street light. "Right here." Tsu said she had something she wanted to tell everyone. Tsu tensed as she spoke. "You guys know I'm pretty straightforward and always speak what's on my mind. But sometimes I don't know. I'm at a loss. Remember what I said back at the hospital? When you were talking about the rescue? Going after Bakugo and Kamishiro would break the rules. That means you'd be acting like villains, not heroes. My heart was hurting. And the things I said must have upset you." Tsu hung her head as Uraraka rushed forward, rubbing her back. "It's okay, Tsu. Despite my warning, you still went and saved them. I didn't know that. Until yesterday. When they told me Ciro had died. I thought I'd stopped you. But it turns out I was worthless. A complete failure. And suddenly, I had no idea what to say. I didn't think I deserved to joke around and have fun with everyone like usual. But it made me so sad to be without you. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Even if I'm still not sure how I'm supposed to be feeling. I wanted you to know so we can hang out and talk and have a good time again." Tsu sobbed, tears running down her cheeks. "It's not just you who thinks that. Everyone felt pretty bad and wanted things back the way they used to be before." Uraraka soothed as Akiko interrupted. "It's not going back." "Akiko," Naka hissed as she glared at him. "Ciro died. Alfie died. Things aren't going to return to how they were before. I can still see their bodies. I have zero clue how you can sweep it under, but I can't use a can't. But that doesn't mean we can't move forward and do something better. Like this, it's not the same, but it's not terrible. It's moving on and changing even with the nightmares. Uraraka nodded. It's why we did the room contest. To bring us closer together and make us feel like a class again. It's all we could come up with, so please don't think we were trying to trick you or anything. Look, what I'm saying is, let's all work hard at our training and be good friends again, okay? Tsu. Kirishima stepped forward, tears whelming in his eyes. I'm sorry. Thanks for telling us how you feel. Everyone in the group apologized one by one, soothing her as she cried more. Yuzu sat in his room, watching out of the window at the group as he lifted the weights. One by one, they returned inside. He heard them all return to their rooms. Naka collapsed in his bed, staring at the ceiling as he remembered the fight. He thought about everything that happened and how it could have changed, and then he forced it away and stopped thinking. Akiko didn't have such luck. She couldn't stop thinking, so when everyone was asleep, she climbed out of the building, pulling herself down with her vines and sneaking away. Yuzu watched her go. Akiko stood in the kitchen, cooking before anyone woke up. She sat down to eat as the first early birds woke up. You don't look like you got much sleep, Uraraka joked as Akiko forced a smile. Guess I miss my dog. You hate your dog, Yuzu responded as he walked in, stealing a piece of toast from Akiko's plate. Firstly, I don't hate her, it's mutual dislike, and secondly, you look worse than me. It took no time for everyone to gather downstairs. Yuzu joined Jiro and Yaomomo, though he stayed quiet throughout their conversation. Naka stuck with Kirishima, and Aoyama and Akiko talked happily. Finally, Ida charged in and ordered everyone to leave. I believe I mentioned this already, but your main focus this summer is obtaining provisional hero licenses. Aizawa paused as the class cheered. Do not take this lightly. A hero license means that you're responsible for human lives. You can imagine that the exam to receive one is very difficult. Only 50% of students pass the tests required for these permits each year. In order to prepare today, you'll concentrate on creating something new. 2 ultimate moves. The door opened as Midnight, Cementos, and Ectoplasm walked in. The class grew excited as the idea settled in. Ectoplasm stood at the front, taking over the explanation. When we say ultimate, we mean a move that will ensure you win against your opponent. An action so unique to your identity that no other person can hope to copy it. Simply put, you must learn to lean into your strengths, Cementos explained before passing it on to Midnight. Your moves represent who you are. These days, most pro heroes have an ultimate move. Those who don't are fools. This may sound abstract, but we'll explain more as the day goes on. For now, change into your costumes and meet in Gym Gamma. Gym Gamma, also known at the Academy as the Training Dinning Land, or TDL. Aizawa led his students inside as Cementos kneeled down. He touched the floor as his hands began to glow, and the cement started changing shape. This faculty was my idea. We can prepare unique terrains and obstacles for each student here. Here, you will learn to serve up justice, hence the name. Ida threw up his hand as the class awed at the area. Please allow me a question. What is the advantage of having ultimate moves for our provisional exam? May we know your reasoning? Aizawa was not in the mood. That's 2 questions. Calm down. The job of a hero is to save people from all sorts of dangers. Crime, accidents, and natural or man-made disasters. Of course, the licensing exam analyses how well you're able to deal with such things. It won't just be fighting. Your ability to gather information and make quick decisions will be judged. In addition to how well you communicate, cooperate, and lead others. Every year, a new test is used to evaluate these qualities. One thing is especially important, Midnight began. If you want to be a pro hero, you must be able to prevail in battle. If you're prepared, you won't have to worry. And those of you with an ultimate move will have stronger results. Your circumstances should not dictate the results of your future battles. Learn to be consistent, and you will be a great asset on the front lines. Cementos finished before he turned away to finish setting up. Ectoplasm continued the explanation. Your ultimate move doesn't necessarily have to be an attack. Take Ida's reciproburst, for example. This sort of temporary boost in speed is valuable enough that it falls into the category of excellence we're looking for. Ida gasped proudly. You mean I've been doing an ultimate move all along? So, it's basically our secret weapon. Something that gives us the edge so we can win no matter who or what we're facing, Sato summed up as Midnight grinned. There's a smart boy. Example, Kamui Woods can use his lacquered chain prison to capture opponents instantly. That's exactly what we want to see. The training camp was interrupted. But the practice you did get in to develop your quirks was part of the process needed to create these defining abilities. Now that you're caught up, Aizawa paused as the cement grew behind him, rumbling as the platforms were made. You'll be working hard to develop powerful moves of your own for the next 10 days or so. Ectoplasm spat out his clones as one landed on each of the platforms, awaiting their opponents. This is how you will spend the remainder of your summer vacation. Prepare for intensive training. In addition, you should think about how you can improve your costumes, especially now that you have a better understanding of your quirks. I expect each of you to go plus ultra. Do you have it in you? The students cheered as the training began. Ojiro rushed forward, fighting the clone with his tail. The clone dodged and weaved until he saw his chance, landing a powerful kick. It's obvious you're relying too much on your tail. Let's re-examine the basics of how you fight. A little to the side, Mina was trying her new move, shooting a geyser from her hands, but it looked more like a weak hose. If you're going to go that route, make a nozzle with your fingers to increase aim and reach. Mina copied his instructions and improved vastly. It was kind of scary. Yaomomo was developing her ability to create 2 objects at a time, starting small and working her way up. Yuzu stood on the highest platform, taking a deep breath and creating the wings on his back. He flapped them hard, creating a gust that almost pushed Ectoplasm off. He stopped awkwardly. What do you think? Ectoplasm slinked closer, humming as he nodded. It has potential, but I fear the size the wings would need to be could cause problems for you long term. He paused. You can grow your wings and tail at command, correct? Yeah. As long as I'm not hurt. Have you considered if you can create those 3 limbs, you could create more? If you could create 2 or more sets of wings, it would increase the power of your attack with less damage. Yuzu was processing. I gotta try that. Yuzu narrowed his eyes at his hand as he frowned. In a flash, Yuzu had 10 fingers on that hand. Holy shit. I can do that. Yuzu grinned brightly as he began experimenting, creating other arms, legs, tails and wings. By the time Yuzu was done, he was laughing like a maniac and looked the kind of monster old German folk would write horror stories about. He grinned as he folded them all away before he narrowed his eyes, a new thought coming into his mind. He glared at his hand more as he moved before disappearing. He cheered in delight as he began to remove all his limbs until he was a blob on the floor. Ectoplasm didn't know how to deal with this. Yuzu brought his limbs back and jumped up. This is so cool. I never even thought about this. I wonder. He paused, staring at his arm before he made the bone alone grow. It burst out of his skin as Yuzu cheered. Ectoplasm still didn't know what to do as Yuzu finally put the bone back in his body. He frowned, seeing that the skin didn't come out unharmed. I guess that means I can make bone blades, but doing so sacrifices my ability to grow out that limb for a while. Ectoplasm glanced at Yuzu's arm as he wrenched back. He could see all the way to the bone. Go get yourself healed. We will continue when you return. Yuzu nodded, creating a pair of wings and jumping off. Yuzu halted as he spotted Naka sitting with Ectoplasm as they brainstormed ideas. Hey, you okay? Yuzu landed as Naka jolted, lifting his head. Yep. Perfectly. Why are you here? Yuzu grinned. I created a bone blade. He paused. And hurt myself in the process, so I'm going to get it healed. How goes the progress? Great. Naka groaned, falling back. There isn't anything I can do. They are clones. They explode. That is it. Yuzu hummed. What about the giant clone thing you did at the training camp? That almost killed 3 people? Yuzu opened and closed his mouth before he grinned. Well, what about a tiny clone? If you can change their sizes, could you make a series of tiny clones that could hide or infiltrate small areas? Think about it. Yuzu took off as Naka frowned. It was worth a try. Yuzu stopped as he saw All Might standing in the door. Everyone's working hard, huh? Aizawa turned with a grumble. All Might. Yeah, I am here. Because I have the day off, and I don't have anything else to do. All Might changed his shape into his buff form as he laughed. Will you please focus on recuperating and lesson planning? All Might poofed down in size as he laughed. Hey, why the cold reception? They're working their big moves now, right? There's no way I could miss being here for this. I'm still a UA teacher, you know. All Might looked up at Midoriya as Yuzu awkwardly sidestepped his teachers, trying to not get their attention. And where have you been? Aizawa narrowed his eyes on Yuzu as he laughed, opened his wings and flew off. He flew over the students, spotting Bakugo having the time of his life and Naka slowly forming a clone about the size of a cat. He stopped just above Akiko. She was sitting with a book, glancing over its pages. Weird, Yuzu muttered as Akiko stood up. She held her hands together, interlocking the fingers in a weird manner so one was pointing up, and the other was pointing to the side. Her vines rushed out her hands, interlocking with each other as they surrounded the ectoplasm clone, which Yuzu swore had a sword. The clone tried to escape, but it couldn't do anything. Of course, it won't work when facing a fire quirk, but for most things, they won't be able to escape. With the vines still attached, I can change the cell size as I wish, and any attempts to escape will cut you. Blood will swell the vines up, making it harder to escape. Phew. Pulled the vines to the side, dumping them on the pile. She looked over the slash marks the clone had made before grinning. Not even a cut. Impressive, your speed of creating the wall was faster this time too. Akiko hummed, looking at her hands. I think it's like charging up. If I prepare to send out the vines, I have greater control over how they'll come out, and they come out faster. I wonder. Akiko stepped back, holding her wrists steady and aiming her fingers out the wall. She closed her eyes before flicking her fingers. Vine thorns shot out and broke through the cement. Akiko stared in shock before she hissed. Her fingers were going numb. Guess there had to be a side effect. She laughed before turning away. Let's keep working on the wall, I have some more ideas. Yuzu flew on, landing on his perch as he greeted the clone. So listen, I have ideas. Yuzu grinned as he grew out 4 wings. They were bigger than the ones that he had been using but smaller than the ones he could have needed. Yuzu grew out an extra set of legs and he flapped. Ectoplasm couldn't fight against the gust, falling off the cliff as Yuzu knocked himself over. Right? Need more to stabilize. Ectoplasm? Can I have another guy? The class ended as Aizawa called them over. Regarding your costume improvements. Once you've figured out if anything needs to change, head to the development studio here. Get the experts to help you out and give suggestions. They'll know what to do. Now go and rest. The students didn't have to be told twice as they dispersed. Akiko hummed to herself as she walked the familiar path out of the school. She had found a small section that had a faulty sensor. It wouldn't send the information to the main system when leaving there. Ava had tried to use it to sneak in, but it was fully operational and wouldn't let her. Akiko stopped, seeing Yuzu at the side. He was standing amongst the trees, trying to get the speed of his limb growth faster. He looked exhausted. Taking out her phone, Akiko pulled up Yuzu's contact info. Make sure you rest. Yuzu stopped, hearing the notification as he looked at the text. He frowned in confusion, looking around him before he spotted Akiko, who waved awkwardly. Never thought you would be the one telling me that. You shouldn't train so hard. You could hurt yourself. And you shouldn't be sneaking out at 2 in the morning. Akiko thought long and hard about her response before finally putting it. What they don't know won't hurt them. Exactly. Yuzu returned to his training as Akiko sighed. Just look after yourself and get a drink. Akiko put her phone away, realizing that Yuzu wasn't going to respond. She lifted herself over the wall and left. Whoa, your day sounds so cool. Ava laughed as she sat on the beach. Akiko smiled, nudging her side. Not really. I just spent the day weaving my vines. And creating a thorn bullet. Ava grinned as Akiko fidgeted. I don't think I'm going to use that. Why not? It's not exactly accurate. Ava's expression fell as she leaned forward, trying to look at Akiko. You're afraid you'll hurt someone again. Akiko didn't answer as Ava smirked. She took Akiko's hand, pulling her up. Then you should make yourself the best gun ever. What? Think about it. Make yourself super accurate and shoot weapons from the villain's hands or pin their clothes to the wall. Become a cartoon character. You shouldn't inhibit your abilities because you're afraid you'll hurt someone. You should make sure your abilities can never hurt someone. Ava played with Akiko's fingers, staring up at her with an adoring look. I can teach you. I have a great shot. You do. Ava nodded. Alfalfi taught me. He didn't believe in guns, but he believed we should know how to use one just in case. It can't be that different. And never has it been so clear you don't have a quirk. Ava laughed, moving Akiko into a shooting stance. Hey Aki. Yeah. Akiko glanced at Ava as she hesitated. Are there any other parts of your quirk you've been avoiding? Akiko blinked, lowering her hand. I don't think so. I don't use my roots, but they're not useful. Why would you say that? Roots are the strongest part of the plant. Maybe you just have not worked out how to yet. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, shooting. So you want to keep your shoulders square dash, Ava continued to explain late into the night. Somewhere around 4, they stopped to eat with the crew, laughing and enjoying themselves into the early morning. Kirishima stopped as he looked into the living room. Naka was sitting on the couch, staring into nothing. Yo man, you okay? Naka jumped, falling off the couch as Kirishima chuckled lightly. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. I came to get a drink. Now you... Kirishima glanced past, staring out of the window. Is something out there? I don't think so, I hope not. I'm just thinking about my ultimate move. Oh yeah, I saw you. You made those tiny clones. Yeah, but it's not a good ultimate move. Why not? They seem cool. Naka chuckled. They are, but they're not powerful. Even if I stack them up 10 of them, they wouldn't equal one normal-size clone. Kirishima frowned. You going to give up on them? No. Naka sighed. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I don't think my quirk is ever going to give me an ultimate move. Kirishima hummed, sitting next to Naka. Well, I don't think that. Look at my quirk. Yours is a lot more versatile than mine and Ojiro's and Sato's. Just because you haven't worked out how to do it yet doesn't mean it's impossible. You'll get there. Kirishima hugged Naka as he blushed. Now we should sleep. Aizawa won't care if we're tired. Kirishima walked away as Naka groaned, covering his face. He was blushing more. The next day progressed the same. Yuzu began experimenting, creating a whirlwind to trap villains and their quirks inside, creating a small tornado by accident. Naka kept creating smaller clones but couldn't figure out how to keep their explosive power. Meanwhile, Akiko walked over to Cementos, requesting a very specific setup. She took off her shoes as the ectoplasm clones stood in the unsteady tunnels. Akiko took a deep breath, stretching her roots down. She stabilized the entire tunnel system before surrounding the ectoplasm clones, stopping them in their tracks. In doing this, Akiko wore herself out and collapsed for a good hour, but she was proud nonetheless. Naka walked down the corridor, feeling almost lost as he tried to find the right room. Oh Naka. Hi. Akiko grinned, spotting Naka. Naka smiled, waving to her. Are you going to change your costume too? Yeah. Naka paused. Are you? Akiko nodded. Yep. I need tons changed. Tons? Yep. My priority is getting shoes that will cut my roots off at my command and finding an efficient method so that it won't matter what situation I'm in. I also want to develop something to cover my ears that will regulate the sound levels so I can hear everything the people are saying, but I won't become overwhelmed. It was Dante's idea. Naka blinked. He vaguely remembered a Dante from the rescue. That was one of the pirates. You're using your roots? He settled on that question as he didn't fancy opening the door to a full rant about Akiko's new friends. Yep. Ava pointed out I had a habit of not using parts of my quirk, so I've been exploring the parts one previously dismissed. My roots are actually incredible. While they're not as defensive as my vines and easily cut through, the pure strength in them is amazing. They can hold up entire buildings. Akiko grinned before she stopped. You don't actually want to hear about this, do you? Naka smiled sheepishly. No, continue. No, it's fine. I'm meeting Have later. We'll talk about it then. Why are you changing your outfit? Naka smiled. It was Ectoplasm's idea. I'm creating small clones right now, but getting the right amount of smoke out for a small clone is tricky, so we're going to see if there is a mask I could wear that will contain the smoke. I could hit a button or make a voice control or something else to realize a specific amount of my choosing. Oh, interesting. Akiko grinned. I saw your smaller clones. They seem really useful and you've been finding it easier to hold back their explosions. Naka nodded. Yeah, but they're weak. Only larger clones can have an explosion that does anything. Akiko hummed, tapping her chin. Your clones are smoke, right? Why don't you add smoke afterwards to increase their size and thus explosions? If you create small gas vials, your clones could carry them around and release them when they need to grow. Naka blinked. Would that work? No clue, but it's worth a try. Akiko stopped as she knocked on the support hero lab. Slowly, the door was pulled open as Power Loader looked at them. You here for the costume improvements too? Akiko nodded as Naka tilted his head. 2. Power Loader led them in, showing them Yuzu sitting at the side. Hatsum rushed about, showing him various devices. No, I told you, I just need the costume changed. No more devices. Power Loader walked in, shooing Hatsum off. I thought I already told you to stop harassing the students. Hatsum huffed, sulking away. Now, Power Loader turned to the 2 new students, holding out his hand. Hand over your instructions, please. They should have been with the case your costume was delivered in. I have a license to make costumes, so I'm allowed to do some mild tinkering with those that were made out of house. For small changes and repairs, I can simply report what I altered to the design company. They'll do the paperwork for me. But for major changes, we'll have to fill out an application and ask the design professionals to make the adjustments for us. After that's completed, the government will make sure the new costume meets certain standards. When approved, it'll be sent back here. And we work with the best design agencies available. So there's usually just a 3-day turnaround. Akiko chuckled. As long as you don't ask my dad, I'm good. Power Loader gave Akiko a look. He a support hero? Yep. He works as an engineer. Akiko paused. I don't actually know if he still designs. He doesn't know what he does either. Akiko grinned. Anyway, I was wondering if I could get new shoes that could cut my roots off my feet when I'm done with them and some noise regulators. Is that possible? Power Loader hummed, turning to his laptop. Ueda, you mainly fight using your vines you produce from your fingers, but due to a recent accident, you lost the ability to produce berries on those vines. You also have roots, but according to this, you don't use them a lot. Hard to use something that stops you moving. Having something that could free me after I use the roots would be really helpful. In that case, I should be able to do something for you pretty fast. Akiko grinned. The noise regulators could take a bit longer, but it'll be done by the end of the week. Cheers, thank you, Mr. Power Loader. He nodded before turning to Naka. Naka explained Ectoplasm's idea before bringing up what Akiko had told him. Power Loader seemed confident this one wouldn't take long either. So, what are you here for? Akiko nudged Yuzu's side as he smiled. I've been working on creating limbs from all parts of my body, but that means I need a costume that won't tear apart every time I fight. I would go in shorts, but apparently that's illegal and Aizawa told me off. Akiko snorted. I'm the only one allowed to do illegal sheet. Yuzu gaped. You do illegal sheet? I do tons, but you shall not. Akiko jumped up. If I'm good, I'm gonna go. Don't do anything stupid, morons. Akiko waved behind her as she walked out. Yuzu frowned before he stood up. See you around. Naka nodded before he sighed. He still had no idea what he was doing. Aizawa. How are things? Progressing? All Might walked out carefully as Aizawa turned around. You're back again? We're getting there. The students before them were testing out their finished ultimate moves. Above, Midnight oversaw Tokiomi's ultimate move as he covered himself with dark shadow. Some of them have finally solidified their fighting styles. And there are those already putting together multiple special moves. Bakugo held his hands in front of him, focusing the blast as he pierced through the concrete. All Might watched, chuckling slightly. No surprise that young Bakugo is doing well. As usual, the rock cracked apart, falling as Bakugo called to All Might. Midoriya responded first, jumping up and kicking the rock to pieces. "You okay, All Might?" "That was close." All Might nodded as the nearby boys came down to admire the new skills Midoriya was implementing. It took zero time for them to start bragging about their upgrades. The group stopped, looking up from where Naka's clone had exploded. "That hurt." "You keep rushing it. The clones need to grow slowly." Ectoplasm leaned over Naka as he huffed. It was hard to control his smoke once it left his mouth, but at least the new guard was working. Yuzu chuckled as he watched. "Ready?" Ectoplasm nodded as Yuzu stretched out his legs, pushing the muscle to the max before blasting forward. The extra muscle moved Yuzu faster than he had ever moved. His arms grew as he hit down before Ectoplasm could respond, crushing the clone to pieces. Yuzu cheered before he swayed, absolutely exhausted. Akiko narrowed his eyes, aiming carefully as she shot a single thorn out of her hand. The thorn blasted forward, catching on Ectoplasm's cape and throwing him into the wall. Akiko grinned. She had spent the last few days perfecting it with Ava. The thorn was specially designed to catch whatever it blasts through. "That's enough, Class A. Class B is scheduled to use this training room every afternoon." Vlad stood at the door, glaring at the class. "Eraser, get your kids out of our way. You're not trying to kick us out early when we have 10 whole minutes left, are you?" Aizawa frowned as Vlad didn't respond. "Hey, did you hear? The license exam has a 50% pass rate. That means your entire class might fail." Manama smirked as he posed and laughed manically. Yuzu groaned, glaring at him. "I hate that guy." He was too used to hearing Manama's complaints during the training camp, and now whenever he saw the blonde hair, he had the strong urge to punch. Kaminari strained, pointing at the psychopath. "Wait, is that Monoma's hero costume?" Kendo nodded. "Well, since his quirk is copy, he said he didn't need anything too eccentric." "Just that. This is him toned down?" Unfortunately, his observations are correct. Tokoyami spoke as Dark Shadow left Tokoyami's frame. "If we're taking the same exam, then we'll crush each other. That's the hand fate has dealt us." "And why we won't be in the same location," Aizawa announced as Vlad walked closer. "Our classes applied to different spots. There are 2 exam days," Vlad started to explain. "In June and in September. And the tests are held in 3 different places. We don't want students from the same place fighting. We split you up. Each school has at most 1 class at a single location." Manama let out a sigh of relief before posing. "How sad we won't be able to face each other directly." The class decided to ignore him. Naka frowned in concern. "All those other schools. I had no idea we would face kids from other places. Plus, we're taking the test earlier than most students," Akiko muttered as Aizawa nodded. "That's true. Very few first years in the country try for a provisional license. In other words, the test will be made up of students who've trained longer than you and with quirks you don't know about. Ones that are powerful. The actual content of the exam is a mystery, but you can expect that you're going to have a rough time. Try not to get hung up about that, but keep it in mind." The classes separated, giving Class B the room. "Does it have to be this hard?" Mina grumbled, leaning back on the couch. Hagakure hummed. "Well, it's not called intensive training for nothing. That's try, but it's strange to think there's only a week left before the exam." "Momo, how's your ultimate move coming?" Yaomomo hummed, leaning against her hand. "There's something I really want to do, but my body just isn't ready yet. I need time to develop my quirk and improve my general endurance." "How about you, Tsu?" Hagakure turned to Tsu as she stopped her drink. "I've perfected a move that makes me even more frog-like than before. I'm sure even you'd look surprised, Toru." "What about you, Akiko?" Akiko jumped, standing at the entrance of the room. I am working on a lot of stuff, but I'm still waiting for a device from the support hero people. Hagakure nodded before turning to Uraraka. What's your story, Ochiko? When she didn't respond, Tsu touched her side, making her scream. You seem a little tense. No, it's nothing. Everything's going awesome. I'm just getting started. Uraraka stopped. At least that's how I'd usually be. The thing is, recently, my heart's been all stirred up about something. It's love, Mina shouted, making Uraraka blush. Uraraka screamed, jumping about and waving her hands wildly. So, who is it? Midoriya or Ida? You're always hanging out with those two boys. You've got it all wrong. Uraraka covered her face, accidentally activating her quirk. The girls continued to tease before Tsu finally put a stop to it. Mina chuckled. Yeah, why bother talking about a possible relationship when we can talk about Akiko? Akiko blinked as Mina turned her attention to Akiko. How's your girlfriend? Akiko blushed. She's not my girlfriend. But you want her to be. Mina grinned as Akiko turned away. I'm leaving. Go to bed, girls. Mina laughed as Akiko ran away. Jiro stood up, glancing out of the window as she spotted Yuzu training in the garden. Kyoka? Are you going to bed? Yaomomo stopped, glancing over at Jiro as she hummed. Yeah, I'm going. Jiro left as she tore her eyes away from the guy. He was training a lot more these days. Finally, it was the day of the exam. All of Class 1A stood before the giant building. Jiro sighed nervously. I'm getting kind of nervous. Yuzu chuckled softly. I wonder what the exam will be like. Aizawa stopped, standing before his class. If you can pass this test and get your provisional licenses, then your novice eggs will hatch into chicks. You'll be semi-pros. I expect your best. Alright. I can't wait to be a heroic chicken. Kaminari grinned as Naka laughed. Chicken. He chuckled to himself as he remembered the fellow, slightly psychotic hero. Let's call out the usual, you guys, Kirishima ordered as a man weaved through the crow. On my mark. Go plus all dash. He couldn't finish as the boy behind him screamed. Ultra. His classmate frowned, avoiding looking at the guy. You know, it's pretty rude to barge into other people's huddles like that, Inesa. What? Pardon me. I am so very, extremely sorry. Inesa bowed dramatically, hitting his head into the ground as the class stepped back. Who is this guy? I do not trust his enthusiasm. Kaminari shook his head as Aizawa's eyes widened. He remembered that guy. Hey, look at their uniforms, Jiro muttered as Yuzu grinned. They're from that famous school on the other side of Japan. UA in the east, Shiketsu in the west, but Kogo grumbled as Inesa began screaming again. I wanted to say it just once. Plus ultra. See, I really love UA High School. I am extremely honored to compete against such incredible students. I'm so looking forward to it. Oh, blood, the female student noted as blood poured down Inesa's forehead. Let's go, the second student ordered, already walking away. Inesa Yorashi, Aizawa grumbled as his students turned to him. Do you know that guy, Mr. Aizawa? Hagakure looked up at her teacher as he nodded. Indeed. He's strong. He's the same year as you all and received the top scores for students admitted through recommendations. But for some unknown reason, he turned down his acceptance to UA and went to Shiketsu. Yuzu gaped, looking at Yaomomo in confusion and awe. How did that guy beat Yaomomo? Hold on. Is anyone else confused here? This guy says that he loves our school, but he turned down his chance to enroll when it was offered. Naka glanced at Aizawa for guidance as Mina stuck out her tongue. Yeah, what a weirdo. Maybe, but he's the real deal. Keep an eye on him, Aizawa grumbled when the voice drifted across the area. Eraser? Aizawa's entire body shivered as he jolted away from the voice. I'd know that scowl anywhere. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival. But it's been a while since we were this close in person. Let's get married. The lady stopped before Aizawa as he glared at her. No. The lady laughed, holding onto her stomach. You're a real laugh riot, buddy. As usual, you're impossible, joke. Midoriya grinned, his eyes sparkling as he pieced the things together. Oh, that's Ms. Joke. The smile hero. Her quirk is outburst. She forces people around her to laugh, which affects their ability to think and keeps them from being able to move. Her fights against villains are always full of insanity. Come on, imagine it. If I was your wife, you'd have a future full of constant laughter. Ms. Joke grinned, holding up her thumbs. That sounds like an actual nightmare. It seems like you two are close, Sue commented as Ms. Joke grinned. Our agencies were near each other. As young heroes striving to make a difference in the world, a mutual love bloomed. Ms. Joke grinned as Aizawa scowled. No, it didn't. I do miss your quick retorts. You're my favorite person to tease, future husband. So Joke, if you're here, then that must mean, he drifted off as Ms. Joke interrupted. That's right. Over here, everyone. This is UA. Ms. Joke called on her students as they gasped in awe. Second years from Ketsubutsu Academy. This is class, they're my students. Hey, I'm Shindo. The guy walked forward, taking Midoriya's hands. Seems like UA's had a lot of trouble this year, must have been tough for you. Shindo let the hand go before taking Kaminari's. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro-heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Yuzu glared at the guy as he took Jiro's hands. Not all of us are here. Shindo ignored Yuzu. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have. The boy practically sparkled before he turned to Bakugo. And Bakugo, Kamishiro. It must have been hard for you, what with that whole kidnapping incident. You have an especially strong will, don't you? Yuzu gritted his teeth, ready to punch this guy. Akiko held him back. Today, I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. Shindo held out a hand each to take. I really hope you don't mind. Stop pretending. Bakugo slapped away the hand, a scowl on his face. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes. Hey man, don't be so rude, Kirishima stepped out, trying to defuse the situation. Sorry, he's just like that. Nah, I don't like this guy either. Yuzu glared at him as Akiko pulled him back. It's fine. It proves how tough their hearts are, Shindo responded as Bakugo tutade. Hey, Todoroki, can I have your autograph? The girl rushed forward, a grin on her face. You were so cool at the sports festival. Todoroki blinked, unsure how to respond as the girl's friend told her to stop anyway. Hey, Aizawa called out, interrupting the conversations. Get your costumes and head to orientation. There's no time to waste. Aizawa began walking away as the students followed. It's weird. I always forget we're famous to other schools, Jiro muttered as Yuzu grinned. We're basically celebrities when it comes to Hero Corps students. Ms. Joke blinked, hearing the conversation. Wait a minute. Did you not warn your kids, Eraser? Aizawa didn't answer, walking away and leading his students inside. The students were shoved into the Great Hall. A giant TV was on the front wall with a panel full of speakers. Okay then. Let's do this exam thing. I'm from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. Name's Mara. My circadian rhythm is so screwed up. Man. The man Mara lowered his head gloomily. I've been swamped lately and I haven't gotten much rest. We're too short-staffed. I'm so tired. With that confession, I'll now begin orientation. Yuzu snorted. Mood. So, about the content of this license thing. Basically, 1,540 examinees compete in a free-for-all exercise or whatever we're calling it this year. See, we've got a lot of pros around. Since Stain was arrested, many people have expressed doubts about the status of heroes in society. But when you really think about it, getting paid makes sense. If you're going to risk your life to save someone, why shouldn't you ask for a reward? That's just the way the world works. God, I could use a coffee. Anyway, whether they're in it for compensation or out of a sense of duty, we've got too many heroes working together in the streets these days to keep villains at bay. Honestly, the time between when an incident begins and when it's resolved is ridiculously short. You are all here trying to receive your provisional licenses, so you'll be swept up in this tiresome mess yourselves pretty soon. Those of you who don't have the speed, frankly, just won't cut it. which is why that's what you'll be tested on. The first 100 students to fulfill the requirements will pass today. The hall stared in shock. The overwhelming majority would fail. Barely 6% will pass. Well, the world can be pretty crappy. I suppose I should say something about luck. So, anyway, here are the basic rules. The examinee will put 3 of these targets on their body. They can go anywhere you want as long as it's an exposed area. So, no soles of the feet or armpits. Each of you will also have 6 of these ball whenever they've been touched by the ball. If all 3 targets light up, you're out. Oh, and the person who lights up your third target will get credit for your defeat. You get through this round by taking down 2 people. Got it? What else? I guess we'll start passing out the targets and ball. Then you'll have a few minutes to get situated after we open. He stopped as the building started to vibrate. The ceiling folded out, and the walls collapsed to the ground. They sat in a huge arena, different areas with vastly different climates to each side. I'm sure each of you has different terrains that you like or want to avoid. Use your quirks well and do your best. Or not. Whatever. So much sleep was lost for this. Hopefully, some of these kids are fast, and we can get this over with. Until then, I'm gonna rest my eyes. And so the exam began. The students ran away as fast as they could, staying in groups with their classmates. Everyone, Midoriya called out. Stay close together, we'll fight them as a group. Some agreed, but Bakugo did not. You're right. This isn't a field trip. Bakugo stormed off as Kirishima stared. Idiot, wait up. Kirishima charged after him. Naka hesitated before following as well, despite Akiko's attempts to stop him. I'm going on my own too, Todoroki announced. It's hard for me to use my power safely when a big group's around. Midoriya stared in dismay before he was forced to let Todoroki go. Every year, the test is different, Ms. Joke mused. But one thing's always the same. It's kind of like a tradition during the licensing exam. I don't think it's a good idea for them to go off on their own, though. Midoriya kept his frown as he led the group through the arena. Really? Yuzu tilted his head as Midoriya hummed. Think about it. Everyone already knows what powers we have. They did research? Uraraka gasped as Ida hummed. I see. The sports festival. Most of the students who compete in the provisional exam have pretty equal footing except for one school. UA comes in at a severe disadvantage. Because the top school's sports festival is broadcast across the country, showing off not just your students' quirks but their weaknesses and fighting styles, too. Kind of funny, isn't it? Ms. Joke glanced at Aizawa as he refused to answer. The other schools have probably figured out the same way to win that I have. This is going to end up being a battle between schools. With that in mind, first, they'll likely gang up against quirks they know. Midoriya finished as they approached the mountain range. Mina gaped, her jaw hanging. Does that mean? A loud beep echoed throughout the stadium as the announcer's voice burst out of the speakers. The first test will now begin. If you like your class this year, then you should have warned your students about all this. We've seen it time and time again in this exam. Ms. Joke grinned as the class came to a sudden halt. UA is immediately crushed. Students jumped down, the ball already in their hands to attack. I saw you on TV. That power of yours also destroys your body. Well, I can't say I'm above taking advantage of that. Shindo threw the ball as the other students followed his example. Akiko shot forward, holding her hands out as her vines shot out, creating a giant wall. Yuzu. On it. Yuzu flew up, spread out his wings and flapped hard, blowing everyone off course. So you think we'll be taken out? I don't really see a reason why I should have warned them. I doubt anything would have changed if I had. They're still going to have to overcome this either way. Aizawa smirked as his students moved about the attacks with ease. Tokoyami surrounded himself with dark shadow, batting the ball away. Midoriya kicked in powerful blasts, creating energy waves and keeping him safe. Uraraka floated above the range of anyone's throw. Mina melted through any that came near her. Yaomomo created armor plating and hid herself, Hagakure and Tsu. Ida ran, avoiding the ball through pure agility. Yuzu spun, creating a whirlwind and trapping the ball. Akiko retreated to using her thorn bullets to shoot the ball out of the sky. Real heroes could turn this situation around. Besides, if they become pros, they'll face villains who already know their quirks. Perhaps at UA, we look a little further ahead than other schools. Aizawa smirked as he looked at his students. We've got this, you guys. Show them what UA can do. Midoriya cheered as the class cheered. Hey, Eraser. I'm guessing a lot of our kids will think it's important to finish fast. The first ones to pass will be ranked at the top. So they'll want to attack. Joke grinned as Aizawa huffed. Immediately. But teamwork is the key. The wise ones will cooperate and gather information together. But if they're seduced by the urge to win and rush to get points, they'll end up exposing themselves. And then it's all over. The class gathered around in a circle, the other students staring down at them. Shindo glanced at his friend as he pressed hard on the ball, making them rock solid. Macabe threw the ball to the other classmate, who posed dramatically as his hands glowed purple. Boomerang crescent moon trajectory, the guy screamed, throwing the ball in the air. They shot through the sky before burrowing into the earth. My aim is always true. And since these projectiles are coming at them from underground, no one will have time to dodge. Jiro, this one is all yours, Akiko called out as she nodded, her earphone jacks plugging into her new gloves. She punched the ground as the sound wave shot out, crumbling the ground before her. Heat beat distortion. The ball were thrown out of the ground, but they continued to charge through the sky. Mina rushed forward, destroying the ball with no problem, her acid creating a temporary wall. It's my defensive special that creates a melty wall. Interesting. This isn't the Class 1A from the sports festival. It's obvious their training is making them better fighters. Shindo gritted his teeth when Mara's voice echoed around the arena. Looks like all the students are still in a stalemate. Not a single one's passed yet. Oh, and don't worry, students, I'll keep you updated with an announcement every time a few students move on to the next round. Out of the way. Their defenses are too strong right now, Shindo ordered as he put his hands on the floor. I'll fix that. Maximum force. Tremoring earth. The ground moved and shifted, separating the class. Not good. Everybody run, Ida ordered as the class fell about, losing their footing. Yuzu, Akiko held out a hand as Yuzu grabbed her. Akiko gritted her teeth before she stretched her vines out. She caught as many as she could before the class was buried. I forgot how painful your thorns were, Jiro grumbled as Akiko huffed. Everyone's a critic. What? Mara's scream echoed through the speakers. There were 120 people taken down? A single person managed to do that in just one attack? That actually surprised me so much that I'm awake. I assume we'll see a lot of people passing from now on. Everyone, let's get this out of the way so I can take a break. Akiko slowly lowered everyone down, placing them gently on the ground. She had managed to grab most of the girls, Jiro, Yaomomo and Tsu. She had also got Aoyama and Shoji, but she had no clue where any of the others were. We should stay together. Akiko glanced at the others as they nodded. We should look for the others too, Jiro added as Yuzu hummed. Can you find them? He glanced at Akiko as she paused. I can only find bodies, not identify who they are. I could lead you straight to another attacker. Their talking was cut short as they heard the voices nearby. The group shared a look, nodding as they rushed away, hiding behind the rocks. We need a plan, Yuzu muttered before he turned to Yaomomo. The others glanced at her as she gulped. Okay, this is what we should do. Shoji held his arms out as he led the group through the city, Mara's voice booming overhead. So far, 56 people have passed. Don't panic, but do consider that your time is almost up. Good luck. Having any luck, Shoji? Tsu glanced at Shoji as he scoured the city. Jiro had her earphone jacks plugged into the wall, listening intently. It's no use. I can't see anyone from our class. Maybe they're in another area. Most likely. Shoji paused, turning to Yaomomo. Yaoyorozu. You heard that, right? Less than half of the spots remain. We should probably give up on finding everyone, Tsu announced, a worried look on her face. We need to fight for ourselves and make sure we pass. That would be wisest, Yaomomo concluded when Jiro shushed everyone. I hear 4 people climbing the stairs. 10 floors below. They're headed up here. Are they planning to attack us? Shoji turned to the door as Yaomomo paused. I don't understand why there are only 4 of them coming if that's the case. All the other schools we've observed have moved in much larger groups than that. Maybe their companions were defeated and they're running away to hide in here. Sue guessed as Jiro shook her head. No, that's not what this sounds like. They're not stopping on the other floors. Are there more of them hiding somewhere? Yaomomo turned to Akiko, who had her eyes closed and reached out her vines, which twisted around her feet. There are more people everywhere in the city. It's hard to tell if they're with this lot or not, but if a fight breaks out, we will be ambushed before we get off this floor. Yaomomo hummed, a worried look on her face as she muttered to herself. Her thought process was cut short as Jiro screamed. Yuzu rushed closer, pulling Jiro's earphone jacks out of the wall. Jiro! Yaomomo rushed over, a panicked look on her face. Shoji placed his ear on the wall carefully. There's music playing. It's not too bad for me. But hearing it suddenly must have been a huge shock for Jiro. Yuzu helped Jiro sit up, his eyes gazing over her in terror. They must know Kyoka's quirk. They targeted her on purpose. It's a coordinated attack, Shoji announced as Akiko cursed. More people have entered the building. This isn't good. Yaomomo stood up, glancing at Akiko. She could tell them info, but she wasn't anywhere near as accurate as Jiro. Any idea how many? Akiko shook her head. The water is too concentrated. I can't identify how many, but I would guess at least 2. The windows around them cracked as Yaomomo spun. Everyone hide. Attacks from the outside? Jiro slid behind a metal box as everyone rushed either behind a pillar or under the windows. What's their plan? Sue glanced up as more windows shattered. They're trying to keep me from using my eyes, Shoji guessed as Yaomomo frowned. Yaoyorozu. What could their next move be? I'm not positive, but it seems likely that they're trying to trap us here. And then they'll surround us and move in to attack as a group, Sue summed up. We should assume they're already close by, waiting for the right moment to strike. Jiro plugged her earphone jacks in. In that case, we have to fight. Wait, don't be reckless. Yaomomo tried to stop Jiro as she ran out. She couldn't get far before her devices were shot, breaking into thousands of pieces. Jiro, are you injured? They got my amp. And my left ear. Jiro pressed against her ear as Yaomomo tooted. Yuzu glanced back, looking over the windows. Aki? Think you could board her up the walls? Already on it. Akiko held her hands together as the vines shot out, covering the windows completely. Does it feel colder to you? Shoji frowned as Yaomomo shivered. Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Yaomomo glanced around. It's coming from the vents. Akiko frowned, dropping her vines and showing the windows. They were boarded up. That's not good. The temperature is steadily decreasing. This place is turning into a freezer, Jiro added, rubbing her arms. Azui, what's wrong? Shoji rushed over as Tsu collapsed. Since the temperature dropped all of a sudden, her body's going into hibernation, Jiro exclaimed as Yuzu kneeled closer. He stretched out a second arm, creating a weird wing-like thing he wrapped Tsu in. I'll keep her warm, but I don't think it'll be warm enough. Yuzu wrapped more wing-like structures around Tsu's form before nodding. We need fire, Shoji decided. Make a lighter or matches. No, I can't. We'll set the sprinklers off. That's only going to make her even colder. Yaomomo frowned as Jiro gasped. An electric heater or something? Our opponents have control over the air conditioner. They've probably turned off the electricity as well. Akiko hissed, watching her vines decay. I can use my vines in this weather, especially without sunlight. This is not good, Yuzu grumbled when the room lit up. They spun, seeing the door being covered in heat. What are they doing to the door? Jiro spun around as Yaomomo tooted. Welding it shut. Trapping us further. Are they trying to freeze us solid? Shoji scowled as Jiro and Yaomomo turned to the other door. Those doors over, They're the only ones we have left. Jiro stared as Shoji and Yuzu stood up. We could break through, Shoji suggested as Yaomomo shook her head. Our opponents are definitely waiting on the other side. It's dangerous. How did they manage to outthink us so quickly? What are we supposed to do? Jiro shivered violently, unable to keep herself warm. If we stay holed up in this room, we'll have to do something about the cold. Otherwise, we'll be done for. Yaomomo, what if you made a bomb? We could blow the door to the emergency exit. Yuzu turned to Yaomomo as she hesitated. We'd run the risk of causing a phreatic explosion. And they likely knew we'd think about that. Which is why they sealed the observation room and lowered the temperature. Then what? Jiro asked in distress. Yuzu grew a wing out of his back. He wrapped it around Jiro, trying to warm her up. Yaomomo frowned as she prepared her quirk. She couldn't think of anything she could do. She stopped as Jiro gaped. Hey, why aren't you making anything? Is there something wrong? Yuzu frowned in concern as Yaomomo hesitated. No matter how many different ways I look at this situation, I get the same answer. The enemies want me to use my quirk. Until you can't create anything else, Shoji guessed as Yaomomo nodded. Right. My quirk has many applications. They can't account for all the things that I might make. Which is why they're doing this. At first, I thought the manipulation of the air conditioning was to take Azui and Ueda off the board. But I believe their true intention was to force my hand and exhaust me. Very clever. And once you're powerless, they'll march in. No doubt they could easily hit our targets. Yes. So I can't use it. We'd just be playing right into their hands. We wait for the need to arise when there's no other option. But if we stay hiding in here, there's no possible way we'll pass the licensing exam, Jiro pointed out as Yuzu nodded. We should just charge out that door and attack them head-on. I'm sure that such a smart enemy has predicted that we might do that, Shoji countered. Okay, fine, then what do we do? Yaomomo frowned, unable to find an answer as her mind ran. She reached behind her, pulling out her book and flicking through the pages. Akiko turned, looking over Yuzu. How many more limbs can you make? Yuzu grinned as his wings, arms, and a few legs stretched out from his body. The group gathered around, stealing his body temperature as Yaomomo implemented her plan. Jiro jumped up as Yaomomo opened her top fully. She rushed in front of Shoji and Yuzu, covering their eyes. Are you crazy? Just bear with me. Yaomomo created 5 headphones. Jiro frowned, picking the first up. What? Why headphones? Please put them on. I'm sorry, Ueda. I cannot make another. If I did, I wouldn't be able to make the rest. Akiko grinned. That's fine. My sound regulators should be able to cope with anything you got. I hope so. Yaomomo leaned down, her back glowing. Wait, is that? Jiro stared in shock as the object grew and grew. Get ready. Intelli put down her cup of tea, a soft smile on her face. It's been almost 10 minutes since they were trapped in the room. It's probably about time. Prepare to take them, ladies. The students activated their quirks, preparing for the attack when the building started to vibrate. The students collapsed around her as she pressed against her ears. Everyone was overwhelmed. Inside, Jiro plugged her earphone jack into the giant speaker as the rest sat with their headphones on. The vibrations radiated through their bodies. Yuzu struggled to maintain his quirk, having to pull everything back except the stuff holding Tsu. The girl was waking up. Tsu? Are you all right? Tsu didn't answer, or if she did, Yuzu didn't hear her. Please, everyone. 7 more seconds and it'll be over. Yaomomo started counting down as Yuzu looked at Akiko. She had covered her ears, the regulators not powerful enough to block out the pure sound. She had curled in on herself, closing her eyes and rocking back and forth. 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jiro stopped as Yaomomo, Yuzu, and Shoji charged forward. They pushed open the door, seeing everyone on the floor. Jiro grinned. All right, we rocked this. Yaomomo smiled. Now, hit their targets. Shoji stepped back, seeing Tsu and Akiko. Are you okay? Can you move? Tsu forced herself up, pressing against her forehead. Yeah. I'll be okay. Aki. Yuzu placed a gentle hand on Akiko's shoulder as she gasped, lifting her head. It's over. Akiko let out a shaky breath. Remind me to never get on your bad side. Akiko stood slowly, gripping Yuzu for strength. I'll be fine. Oh, thank goodness. Yaomomo breathed a sigh of relief, not noticing the person standing behind the door. She let out a scream as she was pulled back. The doors slammed behind them, making Jiro scream. Intelli locked the door, throwing Yaomomo to the floor. You used your quirk to attack, not defend. It was a high-risk move. I can't believe a UA student would choose such a method. But because of that, you can't fight now, can you? I may not pass, but I'll make sure you don't either. Intelli charged, about to hit the ball against Yaomomo's target as she growled. She grabbed Intelli's hand, her quirk activating and wrapping around Intelli. She created a handcuff, trapping Intelli's hand. You're struggling in vain. Before Intelli could answer, Shoji burst through the door. Yuzu screamed, flapping his wings and knocking Intelli over. Akiko held her hand out, her vines wrapping around Intelli's legs as Tsu's tongue latched onto Intelli's hand. Yaomomo smiled, relaxing as she watched her classmates. But why did you come back? Surely you assumed that I'd already hit all 3 of her triggers? We're in the middle of the licensing exam. You should be thinking of yourselves, not your other classmates. Jiro huffed. That might be how you roll, but not us. We're obviously different. She's our friend, Yuzu announced defensively as Tsu nodded. Which means we'd never leave her behind. And we don't give up, Shoji added as Yaomomo grinned. It's how Class 1A is. We look out for each other. Intelli sighed, lowering her head. You've defeated me completely. You doesn't disappoint. Intelli dropped her ball as Yuzu walked forward. He landed one punch to Intelli before Akiko pulled him away. That was for hurting my friends. Akiko shook her head, dragging Yuzu away. Let's just claim our place. My ears hurt. Hey, Kaminari. Why'd you follow us? Kirishima glanced back as he climbed up the ladder. Bakugo and Naka were climbing above him, and Kaminari was trying to keep up below. I dunno. 'Cause you guys started running. I didn't wanna end up alone. Where are we going? Shut up, Bakugo growled as Kaminari huffed. Why you always gotta sound so mad? I told you to chill out, Bakugo. Looks like there's a lot of people up there, Naka interrupted. So the 4 of us should work together. Go die, Bakugo growled as he climbed off the ladder. Naka glanced down, frowning at the strange blobs on the floor. Come on, man, Kirishima soothed before his eyes caught something. Pushing Naka back, Kirishima screamed. Look out. The blob hit Kirishima, consuming him completely. Kirishima shrunk, becoming a small blob and landing in some guy's hand. Naka stared in horror as Kaminari panicked. What the CRP? Did that really just happen? All I know is that BSTRD looks like he's to blame. Bakugo glared at the student, an insane look filling his face. So, I'll kill him. I'm from Shiketsu. Please notice my school keeps our hats on when we're working. Why is that? Because each and every one of our movements is crowned by the legacy and honor of our school. This is a demonstration. Proof of the difference in level between my peers and your vulgar class. We value obligation and dignity, things that appear to be sorely lacking among you. Bakugo scowled, glaring at the Shiketsu students. I really hate your type. He's hard to follow, Kaminari complained. Makes me feel kinda dumb. He said his beady eyes are full of tears, so he can't see how strong his opponents are. The student wasn't happy with that. My eyes are dry and handsome, thank you. Hey, maybe don't provoke this guy. Kaminari gaped as he reached out to grab Bakugo. Look what he did to Kirishima. Bakugo tooted as Naka fidgeted, stepping closer. What did you do to Kirishima? Shishikura ignored him. Uehai. I have respect for your school. I take pride in the fact that our institutions are treated as equals. But your class is shameful. You act in ways that disgrace heroes. Behind him, Shishikura's skin expanded, creating 5 blob fingers above him. He's attacking again, Kaminari screamed in panic. I don't want to be gross. Shut up. Obligation? Dignity? You just like to hear yourself talk. I don't see any proof. Show us with your actions, not your cheap words. If you can. Beast. You're worst of all, Bakugo. The blobs charged forward as Bakugo ran out to meet them. He placed his hands in a strange position as the small explosions rained out. He easily destroyed all the blobs, pushing Shishikura back. I had to make a weak version, so I didn't kill anyone. Kaminari stared in horror. You know what? This is why everyone's terrified of you. You're way too hardcore. Naka gulped, staring at Shishikura as his arms reformed. So those nasty finger things just float back to him? Shishikura frowned, analyzing the situation. I see now. I'll teach you a lesson by breaking you. Shishikura whipped more blobs out, surrounding the air around him. This will show you what it means to be dignified and behave like a hero. What is up with this disgusting dude? Kaminari gritted his teeth, standing back. He thinks he's better than us, Bakugo growled, charging forward. But I'll show him. Hey, wait, don't forget that we're in the middle of a test. That's exactly why I'll kill the guy. Naka finally snapped out of his stupor, crying after Bakugo. Wait, Kirishima's still on the floor. Bakugo ignored him. Shishikura ignored him. Absurd. Bakugo blasted every blob tentacle that charged at him. Bakugo destroyed everything as Kaminari scowled. Let's just get this fight over with. Maybe this'll speed things along. Kaminari flicked out his wrist, sending 2 discs forward as Shishikura dodged. You should work on your aim. And your look. Maybe I can make you something more appealing. Bakugo scowled, pointing his hand at the blobs. Enough talk. Die. As the explosion settled down, Shishikura pulled the blobs away from where they had protected him. You've left yourself open. You weren't paying attention. The blob hit Bakugo's back, slowly stretching over him. I had a piece of flesh sneak beneath us. You saw. Earlier with Kirishima. Once I touch you, you're my plaything. Bakugo! Bakugo couldn't breathe as the blob grew, covering his head. Hey, idiot! Fix this. Bakugo threw something for Kaminari to catch. Pathetic. You must be remade from scratch. Shishikura pulled away, leaving Bakugo as a messy, disgusting blob on the floor. No way. Kaminari gritted his face as Shishikura kept speaking. This is a demonstration. The test has an unusually low passing rate. At first, this seemed counterintuitive, given our current world. With All Might retired, wouldn't it make more sense to flood the streets with heroes? And so, I must assume that their goal is to weed out the riffraff. We can surmise that they're starting to be more selective in order to bring the profession of hero to a higher level. And I agree with this way of thinking. So I decided to thin the herd myself. You're ignoring the test, Naka gasped as Kaminari scowled. What are you, a crazy person? I'm simply separating the mediocre and extraordinary. By the way, your comrades here still feel pain in this form. Your untamed electricity will torture your friends if you use it. Your explosions could kill them. Kaminari scowled, tooting. You've been doing nothing but hurling insults at us this entire time. I'm kinda starting to take it personally, you know. Then perhaps you are more self-aware than I thought. I'd take time to reflect on your failure. Shishikura sent his globs out as Kaminari spun, throwing the tiny bomb out and blasting Shishikura to the side. He threw a glob at Kaminari as he ducked under. Those ugly but gauntlets of his aren't just some kind of fashion statement. He can use that gear along with his nitro sweat to create simple grenades. That's it. He tossed it to you. By the way, Big Shot, you've stumbled into a killer spot. Kaminari pointed his finger out, the electricity shooting through Shishikura and latching onto the disc he had thrown earlier. Listen up. Bakugo might seem like a total JRK on the surface, but he's actually trying really hard to be a pro. He threw that grenade at me while being attacked. That was the result of calm judgment and planning. And Kirishima is such a good dude that he rushed into enemy territory for his friends, even though it was an incredibly stupid thing to do. Shishikura gritted his teeth as he stood up, noticing Kirishima and Bakugo unfolding. Bless. I lost my hold on them for a second. You only know bits and pieces of information about these guys. So don't insult my class. Shishikura growled, summoning the blobs to surround him again. I'll teach you to be more aware of your place. You degenerate. Shishikura charged forward when Kirishima popped up, punching his gut hard. Bakugo swooped in, blasting Shishikura away. The more damage he takes, the more people get released, Kirishima observed as Bakugo grinned. No wonder he was only using long-distance attacks. Thanks for the save, Kaminari. You idiot. What took so long? Kaminari blinked, an annoyed expression on his face. Why are you so mean? No one's ever gonna like you if you act that way. Whoa, look behind you. Those other flesh balls are all waking up. Bakugo liked his teeth, an insane glint in his eyes. We've got targets. Naka frowned, a guilty look on his face. He did nothing to help. Oh, 3 more, one after the other. Our total's 82, Mara announced as the group approached the finished area. Whoa, this entire arena's going insane, Kirishima muttered as Kaminari grinned. Hey, look, some of our classmates. He pointed past the group at Midoriya, Uraraka and Koda. Ah yeah, Class A represent. Uraraka turned happily. Oh, you know it. Our class is awesome. Uraraka cheered with Kirishima and Kaminari as they began chanting. Bakugo walked past them, glaring at Midoriya. So you passed too. How'd you manage that, Deku? Kakin. Hey. Midoriya smiled nervously, fidgeting with his fingers. He waited for Bakugo to explode as Bakugo stormed past. Guess I shouldn't be surprised with that quirk you got. It looks like you've made that borrowed power your own. Bakugo scowled as he walked on. Midoriya stared in horror. That wasn't normal. The group walked inside the building, watching the screen. Oh my hey. What a relief, Yaomomo greeted, holding a bun in her hand and eating happily. I was starting to get so worried. No need to worry about us, Yaomomo. Kaminari grinned, joining the group when Akiko glanced past them. She ignored the conversation, carefully approaching Naka. You made it. Naka hummed, his eyes unfocused. I'm glad you got through. I imagine the battle was amazing. Naka didn't answer as Akiko huffed. Bet you enjoyed being around Kirishima and showing off to him. Not even that got an answer as Akiko sighed. Just good job. Akiko punched Naka's arm before walking away. Akiko glanced at Yuzu, watching Jiro and Momo but staying away from them. What the F is wrong with them? Every spot is now filled. 100 students will advance. The end is finally here. Mara cheered as the class cheered loudly. Everyone from 1A got through. Unfortunately, those of you who failed will now have to withdraw from the licensing exam. Please leave the test area immediately. Aizawa huffed, glaring down at the field. They just had to keep me on the edge of my seat, huh? We're training so hard when we get back. Oh, come on, you're happy, aren't you? Ms. Joke grinned as Aizawa huffed. Furious. Then what's that sparkle in your eye? Annoyance. What happens next? Uraraka frowned, a confused look on her face. Her question was answered almost instantly. Explosions echoed through the arena, destroying everything. The students stared in shock as Akiko hissed, her breathing increasing. There's only one more round to the exam, Mara announced. Your goal is simple. Undertake rescue exercises and save the bystanders who are trapped in these disaster sites. Use this time to show us how you will carry out successful rescue procedures once you receive your provisional licenses. Treat this as though it were the real thing. The class stared in shock as the screen showed various old people and little kids standing up from the rubble. These specialists have been trained as professional persons in need of rescue. They're very popular. Introducing the Help Us Company, also known as HUC for short. So, actors, Yuzu summed up. It's the kind of job you never think about, Sue muttered as Ojiro nodded. But a necessary one in our world since they support our hero training. The HUC bystanders have dressed up like injured victims and will be located throughout the disaster site. We'll be judging how well you keep them safe as you go about your mission. Oh, by the way, we'll be scoring you on a point system. If you have more points than the benchmark at the time the exercise comes to an end, then you pass the exam. We'll start in 10 minutes. Take care of any necessary preparations now. Mara stopped while the students were left to themselves. Ida stared at the screen in horror. This looks familiar. It's like Kamino Ward, Midoriya responded, knowing exactly what Ida had stated. I wonder if they based it off that. It's true that the situations are similar. But our only goal then was to rescue Bakugo and Kamishiro from the villains. We let the pros handle search and recovery. And you'll recall, there were many casualties. Not this time. Akiko watched things go down around her. Kaminari screamed at Midoriya for apparently being spotted with a naked girl, and Bakugo was approached by the entire Shiketsu class to apologize about their friend. Even Todoroki approached Inasa to confront his problem. It had to do with Endeavor, typical. The bell rang as Mara's voice echoed out. Villains have performed a large-scale terrorist attack spanning all of insert city name here. Since most buildings collapsed, there are many injured. Guess that's the backstory, Tsu announced as Jiro gasped. So that means we're starting. Due to heavily damaged roads, the first responders have unfortunately been delayed for the time being. Mara's voice echoed out as the building rumbled, the walls collapsing to the floor. Until emergency services arrive, the heroes in the area will lead the rescue efforts. Your task is to save as many people as you can and help the injured. And with that begin. The students charged forward. Yuzu opened his wings, flying above the crowd and landing in the city first. It took zero time for Bakugo to disappear, Kirishima, Kaminari and Naka in tow. Akiko slid onto the rubble, closing her eyes and stretching out her roots. Tsu, go to the right, take Yuzu. There are people trapped on the higher floors. Yaomomo head forward, the building is collapsing. Stabilize it. Ojiro, Sato, and Tokoyami, there are trapped people to the left. I'll show you where. Akiko tapped her foot, causing the blades to cut through her roots and set her free. The group split up as Akiko stopped before the rubble. She lifted up the building parts, her vines stretching out and sliding through the entire building. Tokoyami picked the actor up as Akiko finished making the structure safe. I didn't know you could do that, Tokoyami muttered as Akiko chuckled. Dante pointed out that if I could stabilize tunnels with my roots, I could probably stabilize buildings with the vines. Are they hurt? Akiko walked closer, seeing Tokoyami's lost face. He's building. Can you follow my finger? Akiko waved her finger in front of the old man's face as he followed. He's not concussed. Are you capable of walking? The old man groaned as Akiko nodded. Sato, can you take the man to the recon point? Sato nodded, picking up the man as he let out a loud sound, startling the four. You should always ask before picking someone not in danger. Sato blinked, struggling as the man kept correcting him. All right, let's keep going. Yuzu flew down, catching sight of the person abandoned on the floor. Hello. Can you hear me? Yuzu landed beside the actor. He glanced over the figure. Are you in pain? The actor didn't respond as Yuzu tutate. He picked the body up when the actor's eyes snapped open. You shouldn't move someone without checking for broken bones, Yuzu screamed, dropping the actor as they scowled. And now you've dropped me. Yuzu took in a breath. You scared my half to death. You're meant to be the hero. Yuzu scowled, leaning over the body. Well, do you have any broken bones? How should I know? Yuzu pursed his lips. He was fairly sure murder would make him fail the exam, so he checked the body for broken bones before picking the actor up and taking off to the temporary area that Shindo set up. Help someone. My arm hurts pretty bad. The actor held her shoulder as the other man screamed too. Save us. Shut up. Save yourselves, you whiners, Bakugo screeched, scaring the actors. Man, you've got to work on your rescue style, Kaminari scolded as Kirishima glared at him. They might be really hurt, we can't just leave him here. The actors blinked in shock. Wait, we are supposed to be low-priority victims with only minor injuries. So you think that he figured it out, and that's why he told us to go off on our own? The actor guessed as Kirishima shook his head. Naka, can you create a clone that can lead them out? Naka blinked, nodding, creating a duo of small clones. Don't worry, we'll get you out safe, the first clone said, taking the woman's uninjured arm. We should hurry. This area is unstable, the other announced, pulling the man along. His tone was wildly inappropriate. -points, the man claimed, pointing to Bakugo. Bakugo spun, glaring at the man over his shoulder. What the hell did you say? The actors screamed as the second clone pushed them along. We should really hurry. The area is getting more dangerous by the second. Akiko paused, a frown on her face. Hey, Jiro, can you finish here? Jiro blinked, raising her head. What? Sure. Where are you going? Akiko smiled. Good. Stay here with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. The rest return to the safe area. Wait, what's going on? Yuzu flopped down, landing behind Jiro. I'm not sure, but there is a lot of water coming this way, so either it's about to flood, or a lot of people are coming this way. Akiko grinned nervously as the group nodded. Yuzu huffed. I'm staying here. The area will have enough people, and there are still people here who need transporting. Akiko raised her eyebrow, a chuckle in her throat as she glanced between Yuzu, Jiro, and Yaomomo. Whatever you say. Akiko turned, rushing away. You think she's right? Yaomomo glanced at the others as Jiro hummed. It's hard to tell. She couldn't finish when a large explosion came from the side. We have our answer. Explosions echoed around the arena, shaking the ground and causing everyone to stop. A villain has completed another large-scale attack, Mera announced. Gang Orca stood in the arena, his sidekicks flanking his side. Tell me, wannabe heroes. Can you rescue people and fight at the same time? The sidekicks ran over the rubble, leading the attack through the city. The terrorists have appeared and are beginning to sweep the area. Hero candidates at the scene should continue their rescue efforts while also suppressing the newly arrived villains. Akiko paused, her hand covering her ears as she blinked. Hey, are you okay? Mina tapped Akiko's shoulder as she gasped, nodding. I'm good. Let's keep going. Akiko rushed to the safe area. Midoriya, she called out as she came to a stop. He blinked, turning around. Akiko? I thought you were in the city? I sensed a large body of water forming behind the wall. This area is in the open. It needs all the help defending. How many people do we have? Akiko glanced around, tightening her teeth. Not enough. We need more time to move the people. You, the one who makes earthquakes, slow down their path while we move everyone. Shindo nodded as Akiko picked up one of the actors. Shindo placed his hands on the ground, shaking the floor and destroying the ground. The sidekicks fell into the rubble as Shindo grinned. He almost succeeded when Gang Orca blasted him away. A single rear guard to hold us back? You've underestimated me. Gang Orca didn't hesitate before destroying the ice Todoroki sent to him. Midoriya, you're the best fighter, stay here. I can't find anyone else stuck, but keep a lookout for anyone that wanders in. Akiko turned, running away. Midoriya nodded as he turned back to the fight. Todoroki hadn't relented on his attack, freezing the sidekicks in place when the wind picked up. Inesa blew apart Todoroki's ice, pushing the sidekicks back. He almost looked pleased until he saw Todoroki, and everything changed. Those two really hated each other. Every time they attacked, their quirks bounced off each other, ruining their aim. And they were fighting, getting distracted and being completely useless. Akiko was glad she left Midoriya there, or they would have killed Shindo, but that wasn't her priority. Yuzu could see the fight going down. Most of the actors were fleeing, but lots shouldn't be moving. Yuzu jumped down, holding out his hands. Hey, it's okay. I'm a hero. I'm going to take you to the new rescue spot. Do you have any more injuries? The actor shook his head. No, I think it's just a bruise on my leg. Yuzu narrowed his eyes, looking at the leg and the way he was holding himself. It's clear you're hurt more than a bruise. I just want to help you, and I can't do that unless you tell me the truth. Don't accuse me of lying. Negative points. Yuzu took a deep breath. Okay, two options. You either tell me where else you're hurt, or I'm going to get hands-on to find them. Don't threaten the victims. Yuzu let out a stressed scream, turning to Yaomomo. Please take this one. Yaomomo nodded. She got the actor to comply in 30 seconds. Okay, I'm going to start assuming it's personal. Yuzu shook his head, turning to Jiro. Is there anyone else? Jiro shook her head. I can't find anyone else. We should head to the outer areas where the people felled. Yuzu nodded. I'll take the civil lane to the rescue point. I'm fastest and I'll find you after. Here. Yaomomo threw the small radio at Yuzu as he grinned. Hurry back. You got it. Up we go. Hold on as tight as you can. Yuzu opened his wings and took off. From his spot in the sky, he could see the fight going on. Flying to the collection, Yuzu almost chuckled. Giant vine walls were growing around the area, walls thicker than any Akiko had created before. People still ran in, carried by various heroes in training. Yuzu landed, handing the actor to one of the students. His leg is damaged. We don't think it's broken, but there might be a fraction. He also has a bad bruise on his chest. We couldn't get close enough to determine if this damaged his ribs, but he is breathing fine. The student nodded as she ran her hand over the man's leg. I'm getting back out there. Yuzu paused, glancing at Akiko. Have you seen Naka? Akiko frowned. I saw a few of his clones earlier but nothing since. Yuzu nodded before he took off, returning to Yaomomo and Jiro. They had found 2 more civilians. They told Yuzu about the injuries, and he took off again. Somehow, he became a transporter, carrying people to the safe zone. At least he was being useful. Kirishima stopped as he lifted the HUC member over the rubble. Kaminari carried the other, both landing on the outer area. They could see Akiko's wall in the distance, but Bakugo had little plans to go near it. He wanted to go to the fight. The buzzer blared through the arena as Mara's voice raised. Yeah, so, at this time, all of the deployed HUC members have been rescued from the disaster zone. Kaminari blinked in shock. Really? We were the last ones, Kirishima asked as Mara continued. It may seem anticlimactic, but with this, the provisional licensing exam has officially been completed. After we tally the scores, we'll announce the results here in the arena. Anyone injured should go to the infirmary. The rest of you are free to change clothes and wait wherever you like. Kirishima put down the HUC member, turning to Naka and waving a hand in front of him. Naka? Naka blinked, staring at him. It's over. Right. Naka fidgeted, a bad taste in his mouth. Everyone, thanks for your hard work in today's exam. Now, before I announce the results, I should probably explain the way we evaluated you. Between HUC and those of us at the Heroes Public Safety Commission, we used a 2-fold demerit system to determine your total scores. In other words, we evaluated you based on how few mistakes you made in a crisis. Anyway, the names of those who passed are listed here in alphabetical order. Keep my words in mind as you search the screen for your name. The students stared at the screen, trying to find their names. The class began to cheer or sigh in relief as they found their names. Yuzu cheered loudly, pumping his hand in the air. He got in. Momo and Jiro found their names as Yuzu cheered them on. Kirishima smiled as he found his name before he gulped, glancing at his friends. Bakugo wasn't on the list. Naka wasn't on the list. Akiko hesitated when she saw her name on the list, unsure how to feel about passing the test. The class was in shock as they noticed Todoroki had failed his test. The 2 people thought they would have no problems, failed, and Bakugo was said. No one was going near him. So, next, we'll give you the printouts of your results. They include a breakdown of your scores, so you'll know exactly what areas you need to improve going forward. The pieces of paper were handed out. We lopped off points when you did something wrong. Fall below 50, and you were done. These demerits are itemized on your result forms, as you'll see, so I'd look at them. Jiro gasped as she held Momo's score sheet. Wait, Yaomomo, you got 94 points? Yuzu blinked. Then, how are you that good? Jiro turned, an interested look on her face. How did you do, Yuzu? Yuzu grinned. I completely passed. Jiro continued to look at him, almost disbelieving, as Yuzu coughed. I mean, I still had points spare. Jiro hummed as Yuzu hid the sheet in his back pocket. I would have more if that HUC beaches weren't iffy annoying. Jiro laughed, patting his back. They were kind of JRKS. They were. Their conversations went silent as Mara spoke in his microphone. Anyway, moving forward, those of you who passed can exercise the same authority as pro-heroes, but only during emergency situations. In other words, fighting villains, saving the victims of criminal acts or accidents. You may act using your best judgment, with no direct orders. Keep in mind that your every action from now on carries with it a deep responsibility toward bettering our society and that the world is watching you. I'm sure you're aware that All Might, our greatest hero, no longer has his incredible power. One of the reasons crime in this country has been so low is due to his presence. With that deterrent gone, criminals are sure to become bolder and more widespread. Expect the balance we currently have in our world to be destroyed and for things to change quickly. You young people will be the hope for our future. It's imperative that you become exemplary heroes. That your reputations grow to suppress crime as did his. Remember, the license you earn today is provisional, and you still have much to do. I would like for you to think of yourselves as fledglings and be even more diligent in your studies. And as for those who fell short and did not pass, we don't have time for you to feel bitter about your loss. Instead, we offer you a chance to redeem yourselves. After you attend a 3-month-long special course and pass an individual test, we plan to issue a provisional license to those of you who failed as well. The students gasped in shock as Mara ignored them. To reach the idyllic future that I just spoke of, we're going to need as many good heroes on the streets as we can get. The first round was one to weed people out. But we would like to grow the 100 selected in that test as much as possible. That's why we watched you all until the end. So we could see for ourselves that you each have promise. Once your shortcomings are corrected, you have the potential to be as great as your fellow classmates. This special course will keep you busy, as it will run concurrently with your normal studies. You're welcome to retake the exam in April if you prefer to wait. Isn't that good, Naka? Akiko patted Naka's shoulder as he hummed. She hesitated before tilting her head. You are going to go on the special course, right? Naka nodded, tightening his grip. Yeah. I'll root for you. Akiko smiled before she gave up. She sighed and she turned away, going to Yuzu to congratulate him. Naka continued to stare at the floor, staring at the dirt. Kirishima gently tried to talk to Naka, but like the rest of the day, he was quiet. Yuzu cheered as he held the hero license up. I'm a hero. Provisional, Akiko joked, making Yuzu cough. Nope. I'm a hero. Don't forget you can't put a sticker over your face this time. Akiko grinned as Yuzu gritted his teeth, staring at the picture. F-. Can I at least scribble out the F? No, Yuzu. Yuzu huffed, putting the card away in his phone case. Hey, you coming? Momo waited by the bus, glancing at Yuzu as he grinned, about to run after her when he stopped. It was almost as if he could feel Shigaraku's eyes on him, whispering those words. Hey, you okay? Jiro punched Yuzu's shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. Yeah. I'm just gonna sit with Akiko. Yuzu pulled a face as he finished making Akiko blink. You'll have to fight Aoyama for it. Jiro rolled her eyes. Come on, I want your thoughts on something. Jiro linked her arm with Yuzu and pulled him along. Yuzu tried to ignore the voice in his head as Jiro talked about the limits to her gear and how to improve it. Akiko sat next to Aoyama, talking about the events of the day, and when Akiko ran out of energy, she went quiet, put in her earplugs, and they listened to music. Naka sat far at the back, Kirishima next to him. Naka was talking again. He just refused to talk about the day. Kirishima didn't push him. And the day was over. So, we're back to normal classes tomorrow, right? Jiro glanced at Momo as she nodded. I suppose there's no rest for the heroes. Momo paused as she spoke. Speaking of which, have you seen Yuzu? Jiro sighed. No. I assumed he conked out. He did the most running in the class. He must be exhausted. Akiko frowned, listening to them. She didn't respond when Bakugo screamed. Meet me out front later. Bakugo stormed past Midoriya, lowering his voice to say something to him that only he could hear. Midoriya agreed as the class collective decided to not get involved. Akiko yawned as she stood up. I'm going to take Yuzu some food. Night. She grabbed the spare bowl when Jiro jumped up. Let me. Jiro took the bowl before Akiko could stop her. Jiro stopped by the doorframe, looking back. Momo. Momo jolted, looking at Jiro in confusion. Alright. Yes. Momo stood up as Akiko decided she also wasn't getting involved in that. Jiro stopped before Yuzu's door, knocking and waiting for a response. They didn't get one. Momo knocked as she began to speak. Yuzu? You missed dinner. We've brought you some food. Yuzu still didn't respond as Jiro huffed. If you don't respond in 10 seconds, I'm kicking down this door. Don't do that. Momo tried to stop Jiro, but she kicked down the door. Yuzu screamed, jumping up and falling onto the floor. What the F dash? Jiro! Momo gasped in horror as Jiro walked in. You forgot to eat. Jiro put the bowl on Yuzu's desk as he pushed himself up. His body shook under him as he struggled to stand. Whoa, you really did knock yourself out. Yuzu laughed. I'm fine. Just need a night's sleep. Jiro and Momo didn't look convinced. Maybe you should ask Aizawa for tomorrow off. No. I'm good. Yuzu forced a smile as Jiro continued to stare at him. She really didn't look convinced. Jiro, maybe we should let him rest. Momo gently placed a hand on Jiro's shoulder, pulling her to the door. Fine. But no, I don't approve. Yuzu chuckled. Understood. Yuzu waited for the door to close before collapsing. He stayed there, staring at the ceiling before he pushed himself up. I shouldn't be this exhausted. He glanced outside before he stood and snuck out for a run. Naka walked without much thought. He wasn't sure what time it was or where he was. He failed the exam. He held his phone in his hand, ignoring the messages that had been sent, his family, seeing if he passed the exam. He hadn't found the heart to tell them the truth. Stopping, Naka glanced around in confusion. He could hear the explosions coming from the training ground. Those sound like Bakugo. Rushing forward, Naka glanced down at the fight. Midoriya and Bakugo took in the smoke. Either Midoriya had kicked Bakugo, or he had fallen over because he collapsed on the ground while Midoriya stood up. Hey, are you all right? Midoriya rushed forward as Bakugo growled, slapping the hand away. Don't you dare worry about me. Attack me. Why won't you fight back? Why did I end up having to chase after someone who was always so far behind me? Why did a DM small fry like you get strong and become the #1 hero's sidekick? His favorite? You got so much better and I destroyed All Might. I admired him so much. But it's because of me that he ended up losing his power. If I had been stronger, if I hadn't been kidnapped by the villains, then it never would have happened. Naka gasped as he heard Bakugo talk. All Might knows it was my fault but hasn't said anything. Everyone has to know, though. I can't get it out of my head. It's like it's constantly playing on a loop. And then soy sauce got involved and he died. Ivanji died, and Kamishiro is killing himself out of the guilt. What the hell am I supposed to do? Bakugo shook as he growled, stepping forward as Midoriya activated his quirk. He charged as the fight resumed. Naka stopped listening to their fight as he slid to the ground. The memories of that night played through his brain. He remembered Akiko shouting at him as she had to protect him. He remembered Yuzu shouting as he realized what was happening. He remembered watching as All Might was destroyed before them all. The reality finally hit him. Naka wasn't sure what happened after that. He heard the fight behind him, but he had no idea who won. He was sure someone arrived, maybe a teacher, but he remembered none of it. The next thing he remembered, he was in the infirmary being told he needed to stay for a day under Aizawa's orders. Yuzu frowned as he looked around the class. Hey, Aki, where'd the moron go? Akiko hummed, turning her phone off. I think he did something stupid. I heard a bunch of explosions last night. Yuzu blinked. You snuck out again? I have no idea what you're talking about. Akiko paused. I'll try to check in on him later, but if he did something stupid, I doubt I'm the one he wants to talk to. You think? Yeah. I think he's been avoiding talking to me. He's had a lot on his mind, and I don't think he likes talking to people who already know what they're doing. Yuzu grinned. Oh, is that why he hasn't been talking to me? Yuzu chuckled at his joke as Akiko gave him a look. Right, because Naka's standard for having one's life together is so high, it's seen as an achievement. Akiko laughed as she pulled Yuzu forward. Come on, we should head off before Aizawa screams at us. The group walked in file as Ida shouted at them. I heard a little rumor about Class 1A. Monoma grinned as the class stopped. 3 people. You had 3 people fail the licensing exam, you losers. The class groaned, stepping away from him as Kirishima laughed. Bet you were the only one in your class to fail. Just like in the final. Monoma laughed before turning away. That wasn't an answer. Monoma grinned, posing in front of his fellow classmates. Actually, every one of us passed. We've pulled ahead of you big shots. Todoroki sighed, a dark look on his face. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Hey, don't say that. If anything, they're the ones turning this into a competition. A weird competition considering the situations weren't the same and has no acknowledgement of your comparative skill. Akiko crossed her arms as a new voice spoke up. According to Teacher Vlad, we'll have classes together this semester. Doesn't that sound like it'll be fun? I'm looking forward to it. The girl smiled sweetly as Monoma whispered to her. Yuzu grinned. I can't wait. I want to test my gust power against the guy who solidified air. Akiko blinked, frowning at Yuzu. You remembered someone? He set off Bakugo. Hey, we're trying to get through back here. Shinso grumbled as Ida startled, pushing everyone along. The classes stood before the podium where Nizu was, the headmaster as cheery as ever. Hi there. It's the adorable small mammal you all know and love, the principal. You may notice the fur I'm so proud of has deteriorated in quality. I haven't been taking care of it. This is something that can happen to humans, too. Even if you eat a balanced diet full of vitamins and minerals, you won't have a mane of luscious locks unless you're getting lots of sleep. That's the secret. Yuzu and Akiko both looked awkward as they avoided looking at Nizu. That comment felt a little too targeted, but then again, they might be overthinking it due to their lack of sleep. Disturbances in your normal resting patterns are terrible for your hair. So if you want to improve your furs, and so he continued as the student body questioned its relevance. My own sleep CY has been upset by the incidents that took place over summer vacation, which I'm sure everyone here knows about already. We lost a pillar of hope, the ramifications of which have appeared faster than I could have ever imagined. And there will likely be even more chaos throughout our world in the near future. In particular, this will be most apparent to those of you studying in the Hero course. You must approach extracurricular activities, like the Hero work studies available to 2nd and 3rd years, with a greater sense of caution. The air always feels heavy when we talk about gloomy subjects. But rest assured, your teachers are working hard to remove this weight from your shoulders. I'd like all of you to learn from their diligence and remember that hard work will help you develop into capable heroes. Whether Hero Core, Support, Business, or General Studies. I don't want any of you to forget that you're the ones who will inherit our society. Well spoken. Thank you, Principal Nizu, Vlad shouted as Nizu jumped off the podium. Now, we'll hear from the extracurricular guidance teacher. Please give Mr. Hound Dog your attention. Hound Dog stepped up to the mic, moving it to better catch his voice. Yesterday, 2 students, he paused as he tried to suppress it, but he was too angry. He began snarling and shouting into the mic. Vlad blinked as Hound Dog walked away. As you just heard, there were students fighting last night. I know you're not used to life in the dorms, but let's all be a little more respectful moving forward. That's it. Back to the classrooms starting with the 3rd years. The students started to disperse as Akiko frowned. What's wrong, mon aim? Aoyama stepped back to walk alongside her. It's nothing just. They said 2 students, meaning Bakugo and Midoriya. Correct. Well, then where's Naka? Aoyama blinked, not knowing how to answer that. Yuzu huffed, further forward in the line. Is something wrong? Kaminari glanced back as Yuzu tooted. They didn't bring up Hanta. Yeah, but you can't blame them. Ciro's a hot topic. I heard the public are ignoring that he was a traitor. They're holding all these memorials and stuff as if he didn't try to kill you guys. Kaminari, Jiro hissed, jabbing his side and making him yell. What? Jiro didn't answer, trying to talk to Yuzu, but Yuzu sped up and walked off. Good job, moron. What did I do? Starting today, we'll resume our regular classes and training schedule. I know a lot has happened recently. However, you need to SWCH gears and focus on your school duties. We're lecturing today, but you'll have even harsher training this semester. Aizawa stood in front of his students as Tsu held up her hand. Excuse me, sir. May I ask a question? What were those things the principal was talking about during the opening ceremonies? I've never heard the term hero work studies before. The class murmured in confusion as Momo held up her hand. He said there's something the upperclassmen participate in, correct? Aizawa sighed. I was planning to talk more about those at a later date, but I guess telling you now is more logical. To put it simply, it's work outside of class. Like the internships you did at pro-hero agencies before, only closer to the real thing. Uraraka stared in confusion before she jumped up. Wait, then why did we work so hard at the sports fest? Ida blinked. She has a point. If we have work studies, those who weren't scouted at the sports festival still have career paths. Aizawa nodded. You'll be using your connections from the festival to secure a work study. It's basic networking. This isn't part of your normal classwork. It's discretionary for each student. That means those who weren't scouted at the sports festival will have a hard time lining one up, I'm afraid. Originally, individual agencies recruited on their own. But there was lots of competition as people tried to recruit UA students. So this is how things ended up. Good enough, Achiko? Uraraka bowed as she sighed. I'm sorry I jumped to a conclusion, sir. Now that you have your provisional licenses, you can assist in real ways for longer PRDS of time. Until now, there haven't been many first years who've received their licenses. With the increased activity of villains, we're currently exploring the idea that you can participate in work studies as well. We'll explain more about the work study positions and what that program entails at a later date, but for now, we've got other things to worry about. That's all. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mike. Aizawa stopped as Present Mike slammed open the door. First PRD is English. In other words, it's jam time. Been an age since I stood on this stage. You miss me? Aizawa left his students to the torment of normal classes. The group gathered in the dorms, an exhausted energy around the students. About those work studies. I wasn't scouted, so I wonder if I'll get to participate in one, Jiro murmured as Yaomomo nodded in concern. Maybe we can go to the places we did our internships. I'd be down. With doing that, I'm just not sure if I'll be let back in. Momo smiled. I can't imagine any hero agency not wanting you. Jiro jolted, blushing hard. Oh, thanks. I'm sure you'll have a place too. Jiro stayed flustered as she turned away. Jiro paused as she glanced out the window. She stared, spotting Yuzu training outside. She frowned, about to go talk to him, when she was brought back into the conversation and forced to stay. Akiko frowned as Naka didn't show up the next day either. She sent him another message, but it was left unanswered. By the third day, Akiko knocked on Naka's door, trying to check on him. The most she got was that he was alive. Hey, Kirishima. Akiko tapped Kirishima's shoulder as he jumped. Can you try to talk to Naka? He's not talking to me, and considering how long he refused to talk to Yuzu, I'm worried I did something wrong. Kirishima frowned as he nodded. Yeah, I'll check on him. Akiko smiled as she walked away. It has been 3 days since the licensing exam, and Midoriya was back in class. Bakugo was still on house arrest for a day, and Naka was still missing. Time to take your seats, everyone. Aizawa stood in front of the class as the students rushed about. Morning. Now that Midoriya is back, we'll go into more detail about what the work studies entail. Go ahead and come in. I'll have people who've experienced them firsthand explain. The door slid open as the 3 students walked in. I suggest you listen carefully as they point out how work studies differ from internships. These 3 are third years at UA. They rank at the very top of our student body. You may know them as the Big 3. The class gasped in awe, staring between the three students. Yuzu frowned, narrowing his eyes as he tried to remember exactly why these people were important. Get to it. Introduce yourselves briefly. Let's start with Amajiki. The kid raised his head, staring at the students. They jolted back in fear at the pure intensity of the gaze. He stopped as he started to speak. It's no good. You two go. I just can't. Even if I try to imagine them as potatoes, I can see their human bodies. I know that they're still people. No words are coming out. My mind's blank and my mouth is dry. The kid shook violently, his voice trembling as he spoke quietly. I can't say anything. I want to go home. He turned around, staring at the wall as the class stared in shock. Akiko chuckled to herself. Relatable. She seemed to be the only one who related. Okay, so, are you really one of UA's top heroes? Ojiro tilted his head as the kid continued to ignore him. Instead, his friend spoke up. Come on, Amajiki. You need to have the heart of a lion, not a kitten. You know, even though you're human. Get what I mean? The girl turned to face the class. This is our kitten, Tamaki Amajiki. And hi, my name is Nijire Hado. I'm supposed to talk about work studies. Your first years have a really exciting time ahead of you. Nijire stopped as she blinked. Hey, wait, hold on. She walked forward, staring at Shoji. Why you wearing a mask? Is it 'cause you're feeling sick? Or just trying to look cool? Shoji was about to answer when Nijire got distracted again. And you must be Todoroki, am I right? Yeah. How'd you get that big burn on your face? Todoroki was about to tell her off when she was distracted again. And Ashido, if your horns break off, you think you'll grow new ones? Oh, and can you wiggle them? Oh, Azui, you're a tree frog. Not a gross toad, right? Oh my goodness. There's so much I want to know about every one of you. Let's have a Q&A. Nijire bounced around as Aizawa started to growl. Hey, Ojiro, can you support your entire body weight with that tail of yours? Come on, tell me, I really want to know. Aizawa finally had enough, his hair floating and his eyes glaring at Nijire. This is completely irrational. Oh, there's no need for you to worry, Eraserhead. I'm up next, and I'll get the audience refocused. The last of the kids grinned, smirking as he spoke. The future's gonna be? He paused as the class went silent. They had no idea what he wanted them to say. Awful. That's your part, guys. Oh, CRP. My call and response was a total fail. All call and responses are total failures, Yuzu muttered with an unimpressed look. These guys seem like complete weirdos, Sato whispered to those around him. Is this some kind of joke? What's the deal? The blonde boy stopped, placing his hands on his hips. Okay, you guys look like you have no idea what's going on. That's 'cause we don't, Akiko muttered with a huff. I guess we are third ears who just showed up in your classroom to explain a program that's completely voluntary. I can see how you'd be confused by that. You guys got your provisional licenses as first years, right? This batch of new students has proven to be pretty darn energetic. So the problem is, you must not have a sense of humor. That's why my joke didn't land. The boy's friends gasped in horror. Don't do it, Tamaki half pleaded as the boy ignored them. Heads up, the rad new plan is all you first years fight me at once. The class screamed in shock as the blonde grinned. Well, if you want them to experience our experience, this is a pretty rational way of doing it then. Right, Eraserhead? Rational. Aizawa huffed. Do whatever you want. The students changed and joined the idiot blonde in the training room. He had still yet to tell them his name and was stretching out his leg. This is so stupid, Akiko grumbled, crossing her arms. Yeah, does he really think we're that weak that he can beat all of us? Yuza huffed as Akiko nodded. Mirio, you're impossible, Tamaki grumbled, still facing a wall. It would have been simple enough for us to just tell them. This is what it's like, here's what we learned from it. Not everyone has your level of drive. Plus, think about it. What if some of them can't recover after fighting you? No one wants to spend the next few years in a hospital. The class gaped as Kirishima shook his head. I bet he's just trying to psych us out. Hey, listen up. It's story time, Nijire called out as she messed around with Mina's horns. Long ago, a student got frustrated in class and quit being a hero, which was terrible for everyone. Did you know that? So, Togata, I know our job is tough. But you better make sure you know what you're doing. Be careful, okay? Please stop touching those, Mina interrupted as Nijire finally let go of the horn. Let's think about this. You're obviously much further ahead than us. But we've fought pros before, Tokoyami accessed as Kirishima cheered. Not to mention, we took down some legitimate villains. I don't think you need to worry about hurting us. We're not a bunch of wannabes. Mirio nodded. Heard, but you're gonna have to show me that's the truth. Now, who's gonna start this party? Kirishima cheered, getting ready. I've got this dash. He was interrupted as Midoriya stepped forward. You stole my thunder. Heads up, he's fast. This'll be a good lesson, Aizawa called out as Mirio grinned. Oh, the problem child. Yes, this is perfect. I've heard you got plenty of fire in ya. Midoriya activated his quirk as the rest got ready. Midoriya charged forward when Mirio's clothes fell from his body. Jiro screamed as the student gaped in confusion. Mirio fumbled around with his clothes as Midoriya moved in for the attack, his leg passing straight through Mirio's head. Midoriya landed on the other side, turning to face Mirio. Mirio hummed. Went for the face, huh? He didn't even blink when the other attacks went through his skull, hitting the wall and blowing up the dust. As the clouds settled, Mirio was gone. Where'd he go? Ida looked around as Akiko spun, the vines shooting from her fingertips. I think I'll start by taking out the dash. He had stopped as the vines flew through him and pulled Jiro to safety. The short-range fighters spun, rushing to the other end of the arena. His power isn't just slipping through things, Sato grumbled as Kirishima huffed. How'd he luck out with such a good quirk? You're wrong, Tamaki corrected. Mirio's quirk isn't what you should be jealous of. Tokoyami activated Dark Shadow, stretching out and trying to grab him when Mirio dropped through the floor. He appeared before Tokoyami, punching his gut and throwing him aside. You should be envying his skills. That's what sets him apart, first years. Mirio punched the students down one by one. Aoyama, Mina and Tsu tried to keep him off. Yuzu was about to attack when Akiko stopped him. Wait. What is it? Call it a feeling. Follow my lead. Mirio did a work study with a hero but didn't stop there. He kept building himself up. Tamaki continued as Mirio took out the trio. He appeared in the defensive circle, taking out Shoji, Yaomomo and Jiro. Mirio Togata, Aizawa began as Todoroki stared in horror. In my opinion, he's the person who's closest to taking the spot of #1 hero. That's including the pros. Mirio grinned as he faced the remaining students. Todoroki gulped, staring in fear. He got more than half of them in an instant. A student, but closer to being #1 than most heroes. You're not gonna fight? Aizawa frowned in confusion as Todoroki blinked. You must be interested in taking the top spot yourself. I didn't even get my provisional license though. Mirio hummed, glancing around. Think that's it for the long-distance fighters. Akiko blinked. Am I a short-distance fighter? Short to medium. Yuzu shrugged as Akiko blinked as Midoriya spoke up. There's more to his quirk than we're seeing. Whether his true power is slipping through matter, or whether he's somehow warping himself through space dash. He's not. The group fell silent as Akiko spoke. He's not warping. I can sense him, or the water inside him. It gets weird whenever he activates his quirk, but it's still there. Then how is he moving? He's moving through the floor. I'm unsure how yet, but it's where he is. Either way, he's still landing his attack directly. We should be able to counter him at the moment he's about to make contact. Even if we can't tell what he's doing, we should theorize with what we do know and use that knowledge to find a way to beat him. The students cheered as they got ready. Once again, Akiko motioned for Yuzu to not fight. Yuzu huffed, getting annoyed. Whatever you're trying to work out better be worth it. I have an idea, Akiko whispered into Yuzu's ear as she pulled Yuzu away. Mirio slipped under the floor as Midoriya turned, already guessing where Mirio would appear. Mirio chuckled as he reached through Midoriya's body. He spun himself and punched Midoriya's gut. I've discovered that most people try to launch a counterattack just like you did. So naturally, I've trained to work around such moves. Nice try though. Mirio dropped back onto the floor as Midoriya collapsed. Ida, Kirishima, Koda, Sato, Ojiro, Uraraka, and lastly, Hagakure, all taken out in a flash. Hey, check out Togata, Nijire awed, walking closer to Tamaki. He's gotten super powerful lately. Are you even watching? Mirio's been strong ever since we were little kids. Problem is he needs to learn how to hold back. The class lay before Mirio, groaning in pain and collapsed on the floor. Mirio looked around, sure there was more. He was missing someone. He didn't react when the thorns traveled through his head. Found her. Akiko stood atop the rocky wall, a frustrated look on her face. Now! Akiko created a huge wall as Mirio disappeared. The second he did, he went to hit Akiko when the wind threw him off course. Akiko grinned almost smugly. Mirio disappeared again, about to hit Yuzu when he spun, dodging and letting Akiko shoot at the blonde. The thorns once again traveled through Mirio as Yuzu landed by Akiko. Okay, what's the plan now? You're my plan. My thorns are too slow to do anything. And he'll just pass through any wall I create. Yuzu huffed. Guess it really is up to me, Yuzu smirked. Hey, remember when we used to play heroes? We don't have Naka. Don't need him. Just remember your timing. Mirio disappeared as Akiko held out her hands, the maze of vines spreading out, almost filling the space. The vines grew as Mirio jumped out, hitting Akiko as she gritted her teeth. Her vines wrapped around Mirio, holding him for longer than the man planned. Taking his chance, Yuzu shot forward, kicking Mirio before he even saw Yuzu. Yuzu then disappeared, running faster than he had ever before. Akiko collapsed, a pained look on her face. Mirio turned around, trying to find Yuzu, when he felt something kicking him. Yuzu grinned as he felt the attack connect. Mirio fell to the side before disappearing. Yuzu rushed away, climbing up the vines and waiting. If he kept this up, he could win. He didn't notice Mirio appearing behind him and hitting him to the floor. I tried to make it so you wouldn't see my willy. Sorry if you got a peek. But anyway, that's a taste of what it's like to fight me. Mirio beamed as he stood before the class, which was holding their stomachs in pain. Right, so what do you think? Isn't my quirk strong? The class began shouting about how his quirk was overpowered when Akiko and Yuzu tutted together. No, it was just annoying, they said almost in unison as Mirio hummed, turning to them. Why do you think that? Yuzu didn't bother with the explanation, pointing to Akiko to explain. Well, my quirk has many uses, and one of them is being able to sense bodies of water, which includes the water inside people. When you activated your quirk, the water was still there, though it felt really weird. I've also met people who have dual quirks, such as Todoroki. When those people use different parts of their quirks, the water and minerals inside them tend to behave differently. You monitor my water levels, Todoroki asked as Akiko cleared her throat. The point is, the water didn't change and I know you didn't teleport. Your quirk was pretty much the same throughout the match, and you put a lot of effort into controlling what parts of your body were using the quirk. If I was to say your quirk wasn't what made the difference, the way you used the quirk did. Kind of like this idiot. Akiko grinned as Yuzu frowned, unsure how to comprehend the comment. Really? The class stared at Akiko in shock as she stepped back. Then what was his quirk? Oh, I know. I'll tell you what his quirk is. Nijire threw her hand up as the class turned to her. Hey, can I say it? Permeation. Cool, right? Heido, let Mirio explain his own power, Tamaki ordered as she stopped. I've got a sweet quirk that's called permeation. Mirio took over the explanation. What you guys thought of as a warp was, you guessed it, simply an alternative application of that power. Mirio stopped as Nijire pulled at his shirt. Oh, sorry, Heido. So, how do you warp? Midoriya fidgeted in excitement as Mirio grinned. I activate my quirk in my entire body. Then I can pass through anything I want, no sweat. Everything. That includes solid ground. I went deep underground, and then whenever I released my quirk while I'm falling, something super strange happens. Apparently, things with mass can't overlap. That's called physics. So I get repelled upward. Think of it this way, the ground spits me out, and I fly up into the air. Huh, that's pretty close to your guess. Yuzu gaped as Akiko nodded. By adjusting the direction I'm facing or the pose I'm holding, I can change the angle I come out at, so I can aim at different spots. You're able to avoid any attacks, and you can move where you want in an instant. Sue paused, gaping in awe. You were born with a really strong quirk. Not true. My power's only strong because I made it that way. While my quirk is activated, my lungs can't take in oxygen. Even if I breathe in, the air'll just pass through. In the same way, my eardrums don't work. And light can't go through my retinas. I can pass through everything, but that means I can't feel anything when I'm in that state. Even though I have a body, I can't stop falling. I could probably keep going down forever. Does that make sense? That's why if I want to go through something like, say, a wall, I have to concentrate really hard. I'll activate everything except one leg. Then I release the other leg and land on it. And then the first leg is the lad one to go through. Even for a simple action like that, there are a bunch of little steps involved. I was always behind, as you might expect. In no time, I dropped to dead last. I dropped my breathes a lot too. In order to get to the top with this quirk, I couldn't just hope that things would get better. I had to think. I learned to make combat decisions and picked up a few new tricks. But above all, I learned to predict what would happen next. And what made those predictions possible in the first place was experience. I based my predictions on what I'd learned. This was kind of a roundabout way to get the point across, but that's why I wanted to fight. To show you through experience rather than words. In our work studies, we're not treated as guests like in our internships. We're regarded as one of the sidekicks or even as a pro. That can be super scary. Pros can get hurt, and sometimes they end up watching people die. But every scary and painful thing you go through is an important experience that you can't get inside a classroom, even at UA. I transformed the experience I got in my work study into power. That's how I got to the top spot. And it's why I think they're worth it, even if you're scared. You with me, first years? The class smiled as they clapped. Everyone grew excited at the new possibility that laid before them. Let's get back to class now. Say, thank you. The students followed Aizawa's order as the group walked away. The students gathered in the dorms as Bakugo screamed in the background. Mina squealed, a wide grin on her face. Togata's story of how he went from last place to the top was so killer, wasn't it? The girls agreed as Jiro turned, catching Yuzu as he headed out. I still can't believe you landed a hit on him. Yuzu jumped, only half listening to the conversation beforehand. The girls nodded as Momo smiled. You did an amazing job to land not only one but 2 hits on the strongest student in UA. Oh, Yuzu blinked, blushing slightly. Not really. Akiko was the one to work out how to get the timing right to land the hits, and we lost in the end. Don't shortchange yourself, Yuzu. You were amazing, Hakor interrupted as Akiko chuckled. You should listen to them. My plan wouldn't have worked without you. And you did come up with a plan that landed both the actual hits. Yuzu was not coping with the compliments. You should be proud of yourself, Yuzu. Take a day off. Akiko pushed Yuzu into a chair as Yuzu complained. Nope. You're spending the night with the girls. Don't let him out of your eyesight, Mina. Mina nodded, waving a salute as Akiko stepped away, beginning to cook. I'm really looking forward to getting into a work study now. Sue opened the conversation. I hope we get the chance, Uraraka said, tilting her head up. I think they're still figuring out what to do with us first years. I suppose there's nothing we can do until Mr. Aizawa gives us the go-ahead, Momo commented as she took down her hair, brushing it between her fingers. Yuzu nodded as he huffed. I just hope I'll have a chance to contact someone else. I don't want to go with Hawks. Mina laughed. Why not? He's a top hero. He also threw me out of a window. Yuzu crossed his eyes as Mina paused. Maybe that was just karma. You have thrown a lot of people out of windows. Yuzu opened his mouth to comment before huffing, crossing his arms in agitation. Irrelevant. Kirishima paused as he knocked on the door. Naka didn't respond. Hey man? You okay? Kirishima? Kirishima smiled as he opened the door and walked inside. Naka was a mess. He didn't look like he had slept or done anything in days. Hey, you look sheet. Naka snorted, groaning as he resisted the urge to curl up. What are you doing here? Akiko sent me. She's worried about you. Oh. Naka lowered his head as Kirishima pulled a chair beside the bed. And I was worried about you. It's been days since anyone's seen you. Your extra classes are starting soon, aren't they? Naka didn't say anything, going quiet once more. Hey, what's dash? Kirishima stopped as the phone began vibrating. Naka didn't bother looking as Kirishima picked up his phone. It's your mum. You want to answer it? No. I'll call her back later. The phone rang out as Kirishima frowned. That's a lot of missed calls. It's not important. Kirishima frowned, unsure where to go. Naka continued to stare at his wall, a dark look on his face. Just look after yourself. K. Kirishima sighed as he put Naka's phone back on the side and left. I'm here, no matter what you need. You can come to me. Naka hummed as Kirishima gave up, leaving. Deciding he didn't want Akiko to worry, he sent her a quick message about having talked to Naka. He had the feeling she didn't really believe that Naka was feeling better and returning soon, but she didn't push it. Walking into the classroom, Akiko froze. Naka was sitting in his seat, staring out of the window. Naka? She hesitated before walking in front of him. Naka, it's good to see you. You were starting to worry me. Naka hummed in response as Akiko's shoulders slumped. Oh right. Guess you're not quite feeling right yet. Akiko once again didn't get a response as she sighed, walking to her seat. Akiko frowned, glaring at her desk and playing with her phone until she saw Yuzu walk in. He, too, smiled upon seeing Naka. He rushed to go to Naka when Akiko stopped him. Aki. Akiko smiled sadly. It's best we leave him for a bit longer. Yuzu frowned, seeing an upset look in Akiko's eyes. You sure? Akiko nodded, letting Yuzu go. Yuzu's frown stayed on his face as he took his seat and waited for Aizawa. The hero work studies are a more serious version of your internships. They entail helping pro agencies on the streets and with investigations. Your teachers and the principal discuss them at the faculty meeting, and we all agree. It's too soon. They should really be cancelled. The second Aizawa announced the news, the class erupted in dismay. But we already met about them. Kirishima stared in dismay as Kaminari stared in horror, fidgeting with Yuzu's tail. I guess when you think about why we had to move into the dorms, it does make sense. Bakugo began laughing as the class rolled their eyes. He was only laughing because he wouldn't have been allowed to do it anyway. But, Aizawa began, calling the students' attention back to him. Some people think we won't be able to raise strong heroes with that sort of protective outlook. And with that in mind, the compromise is to be selective about participating agencies. So, choose one with a proven track record. Otherwise, you won't be taking part. Yuzu frowned. Did Hawk have a track record? Akiko took in a deep breath as she knocked on the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Aizawa here? The teacher turned, pointing at Aizawa, who was sleeping in the corner. He grumbled as he crawled out of his bag. What is it, Ueda? I was wondering if I could discuss something with you? Aizawa glanced over at Akiko as she fidgeted before he sighed. Yeah. There should be a spare classroom we can talk in. Aizawa led Akiko away, leading her into the spare room. What's up? It's about the hero work studies. Aizawa yawned, a grumble in his voice. If you need to check if the agency has a track record, you should ask someone else. I don't know them by heart. No, it's not that. Akiko grew more nervous, bouncing from one leg to another. I keep debating whether I should do it at all. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, a confused look on his face. And why exactly don't you want to participate? Well, that's the thing. I really want to participate. I think it's a great opportunity and valuable for being a hero. Then what's the problem? Akiko chewed her lip, twisting her fingers together. Sir, did you read the results from the licensing exam? Aizawa nodded. Yes. But if I remember correctly, you scored quite high. Top 5 in the class. Akiko nodded. Yeah, but all the points I lost were for the same reason. Whenever I hear an explosion, I freeze up. Aizawa stayed quiet as he let Akiko explain. You know that I have sensory sensitivity, but the worst is in my ears. When I was a kid, just the other kids screaming would be painful, and I would avoid most people to try and limit the noises. When I hear explosions or loud sounds, it's like all the air is taken from my lungs. I can't breathe or think. I thought I had it under control, but then Yuzu got kidnapped, and when we foolishly tried to save him, everything was so loud and so bright, and any time I heard explosions, I'm back there, staring at Ciro's corpse. I thought having the noise regulators would help, and they do somewhat, but it's still bad. I worry that if I was in a real situation, I could be more of a hindrance than a hero. Akiko took a deep breath. I've been trying to improve my endurance to the sound of explosions, but it's slow. I also fear that if I get caught in another explosion before I'm ready, I may not recover. If that happened, I might have to give up being a hero altogether. I don't want that. I've wanted to be a hero my whole life. The idea of giving up now is so annoying, and I just dash. Akiko cut herself off, taking a long breath in and out, releasing the tension in her shoulder. I'm not sure what to do, and I was wondering if you had any advice. Aizawa hummed, processing the information. Well, I won't tell you not to go, but based on what you've said, it doesn't sound like you actually want to go. Akiko blinked, gulping as she laughed nervously. What do you mean? Well, it sounds like you only wish to go out of a sense of duty and because you think it would be beneficial to your career rather than you. You don't have to justify not doing something that won't help you. But wouldn't going on the hero work help me in the long run? Not if you have to drop out. Akiko opened and closed her mouth, hanging her head. To me, it seems you've already made up your mind. Yeah, guess I have. Akiko took a deep breath, the tension leaving her body. Thank you. Sure, though I don't think I did much. Akiko chuckled. Well then, thanks for just standing there. Akiko turned, about to walk out, when Aizawa called her. Wait a moment. Akiko turned back to him, a confused look on her face. Yeah. You might not be going on the hero work, however, there might be someone worth talking to. I'll have to check their contact info, but they specialize in treating heroes with PTSD. I wouldn't say I have PTSD. Just autism. Akiko chuckled to herself. Aizawa was not amused. Either way, since the symptoms are presenting the same, it might be worth you going. It would help your recovery faster than if you were left on your own. It's okay to ask for help with this stuff. Right. Akiko shifted nervously as Aizawa nodded. I'll send you the information later, and you should know that as long as you choose an agency with a good track record, we can approve your hero work studies at any time in the next few years, so when you feel ready, don't be afraid to ask about it. Akiko nodded. Right. And seriously, thank you. You're an amazing teacher. Akiko left before Aizawa could try to stop her again. She felt lighter than she had in a long time. Akiko hummed to the tunes in her headphones as she approached the dorms, stopping when she saw Yuzu outside. She pulled her headphones down and carefully approached. Hey! Yuzu let out a startled scream, jumping back and stretching out a hand to punch Akiko as she ducked under. Whoa, I'm not an attacker. Akiko chuckled as Yuzu relaxed. You look nervous. Everything okay? Yuzu nodded. Hawks has agreed to take me into his agency, so I've been getting ready. Akiko frowned. I wouldn't say this looked ready. More exhausted. Akiko frowned before she reached into her bag, handing Yuzu the metal water bottle. I haven't used it together, so it'll be full. Yuzu smiled. Thanks. He gulped down the drink as he cooled. So, what about you? Going back to Camel Woods? No. I've decided against doing any hero work. Aizawa has already said I don't have to do it, and even if I did, I don't think Camel Woods is a good fit for me. Our quirks might be similar, but our views couldn't be further apart. Yuzu frowned. You're not doing hero work? Nope. You should feel proud. The only one of the group to go. Yuzu didn't feel proud. Make sure to not work so hard. Akiko turned away, leaving Yuzu behind. He couldn't comprehend it. Why wasn't Akiko going? Akiko did better than him in the test, and she's been excelling in class. Akiko was always the one who took every opportunity and told them to apply for everything. Cursing, Yuzu punched the tree again and again and again. Finally, he slumped to his knees, ignoring the blood on his hands and missing the worried look Momo and Jiro shared as they watched him. The weekend arrived and the students had a day off. Well, some of them did. Yuzu was not one of them. He was rushing out, passing Naka, Todoroki and Bakugo on their way to the remedial course. Sorry. Already late. Yuzu rushed off as Bakugo screamed at him for bumping into his shoulder. Yuzu wasn't sure whether he was excited or dreading the day. Though Hawks said he would take in Yuzu, he wanted to see how far Yuzu had come since their last meeting. Yuzu had no idea what to expect, but this was not it. What's going on? Chuckled, standing up with a chicken on his head. Yo, Yuzu, about time. I'm so sorry about this. The girl rushed about, trying to collect her chickens. They don't usually disobey me. Maybe it's because of your quirk, Roasted. I swear if you peck that man one more time, I'm making you into nuggets. Yuzu blinked, stepping closer to Hawks. What's going on? Oh, nothing. I met this hero on my morning patrol, and for some reason her chickens began following me. Yuzu narrowed his eyes, glancing over the lady. Hey, I know you. You're Ectoplasm's sidekick. The hero stood up, 3 chickens in her arms. The name is Chicken. Yuzu. I heard you annoyed my friend. Your friend? Naka. He interned at Ectoplasm's agency. Chicken's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands together, dropping the chickens she was holding. How is Arson? I was going to contact him about working at the agency, but then we had to have a track record, so I wasn't allowed. Yuzu frowned. I thought Ectoplasm's agency had a record? Oh, well, yes, but I don't work there anymore. My grandfather recently passed, and as the sole inheritor, I was able to set up my own agency. It's pretty small right now, but I'm hoping it'll start picking up attention. Well, good luck, but you should know Naka didn't get his hero license, so even if you could, you wouldn't be able to work with him. Chicken frowned, a confused look on her face. He didn't pass? But his quirk is really strong and versatile. Yeah, guess he was having a bad day. Chicken nodded, though she still didn't look happy. You know what, I'll give him a call later. He can use my training hall anytime. It's specially designed to be explosion resistant. Chicken grinned at the idea as she picked a chicken off Hawk's shoulder. I'll leave you be. Goodbye, Hawks, goodbye, Yuzu. Chicken turned and rushed away, not noticing one chicken cheering in success from behind the building. Hawks waited for Chicken to leave before he turned to Yuzu. Is she a good hero? Yuzu shrugged. I don't know, but my friends seem to like her. Alright, I'll remember her. Now, onto your test. Hawks patted Yuzu's shoulder as he took a deep breath. Hell yeah. I have improved so much. How about you show me rather than tell? Yuzu grinned, following behind Hawks as they discussed the hero work. You found an agency for your work study? Congratulations, Deku. Uraraka cheered as Midoriya sat opposite her, looking almost exhausted. The others congratulated him as Ida spoke up. You're an example to us all. I dunno how the rest of us are supposed to compete, though, Carminari complained as he walked into the room. Yeah, you'll be working at Sir Naitai's agency. That's seriously cool, Kirishima praised. And I hear Togata recommended you. I wouldn't be so disheartened, Akiko interrupted. Yuzu got a place at Hawks, and he's much more of an idiot. Seriously? The entire room turned to Akiko as she jolted back. Why, he was over there today. He should be back soon. Jiro frowned. He not back already? Well, I assumed not, but he might be training. Jiro huffed, crossing her arms with a sour expression. She glanced at Momo, who lowered her head, a worried expression on her face. I wish I had a place picked out. The school said Gunhead hasn't had enough interns, so his agency is a no-go. Uraraka sighed, leaning on her hands. I know what you mean. I wanted to go to Selki's, but that's out too, Sue added as Kirishima sighed. Yeah, so is fourth kind. He doesn't even accept students for work studies. The teachers sure aren't making it easy for us, are they? Thanks to all these requirements, a ton of agencies are ruled out right off the bat, Kaminari complained as Ojiro stepped in. We can't really blame them. Unlike the internships, we'll be directly involved, so if anything were to go wrong then. He drifted off as Aizawa walked into the room. Then the pros have to take responsibility for whatever happened. Only pros who are the real deal will take on rookies like you guys, knowing the risks involved. Kirishima, apparently Amajiki from the Big Three wants to talk to you about something. Kirishima blinked in confusion. He wants me. Uraraka and Azui, you've got your own Big Three summons from Hado. You can track him down sometime tomorrow or whatever. That's all for now. Amajiki, that's crazy, Kirishima muttered. I wonder what he wants. Considering the timing, it could be about the work-study program. Sue answered as Uraraka gasped. No way. That'd be too good to be true, right? Besides, Akiko and Yuzu did the best in that fight. Akiko shook her head. I doubt that's all they're looking for. Besides, Yuzu has a placement, and I have plans, so even if they did want to talk to us, Aizawa would likely have told them we're taken. Mina blinked. Oh, do you have a work hero placement already? Akiko coughed, avoiding Mina's gaze. No. I asked Aizawa if I could not do it, and he sent me to therapy. Akiko sighed. I know it's for the best, but the family doesn't have the best track record when it comes to therapy. You've been to therapy before? Mina grinned as Akiko shrugged. No idea. I don't remember. Apparently, I should have gone because the whole family had to do this group therapy thing, but if I did go, it was one session and a train wreck. Moral of the story is to avoid family therapy. The room was silent until Kirishima jumped up, unable to wait for the next day. His leaving caused Uraraka and Tsu to follow him. Jiro stopped, glancing out into the darkness. Yuzu was training, doing some weird wing exercises to increase their power. That's it. Jiro walked out as Momo tried to stop her. Yuzu! Yuzu jolted, dropping the weight and looking around in confusion. Jiro? What's up? You missed dinner again. Yuzu blinked. I did. And you don't look like you've had a drink all day. Yuzu frowned, an unsure look on his face. I think I had a drink. It stopped a frown on his face. Jiro tightened her fist, gritting her teeth. Shut up. Why do you keep doing this? Doing what? Training until you kept moving and refusing to take care of yourself. I'm not doing that, Dash. Yes, you are. I've been watching you. You've been avoiding everyone and refusing to take care of yourself. Stop hurting yourself. It won't change what happened. Yuzu turned a shocked expression on his face. Wait, that's not. Yuzu took a breath. I'm not trying to hurt myself. I want to get stronger. That's all. Well, from where I stand, you're only making yourself weaker by overtraining your body. If you keep going like this, you'll end up dead on the sidewalk somewhere. Jiro stomped her foot as Yuzu chuckled. No, I won't, Dash. He stopped as Jiro slapped him. Momo rushed forward, pulling Jiro away. Jiro, Dash. I don't care. I don't want to watch anyone else die, especially not you, so go inside, get some food, have a drink, and go to bed. And when I go up there in 20 minutes' time, you better not be using your weight, or I'll take them away. Jiro blinked, wiping her eyes angrily as Yuzu kept his head lowered. I'm sorry for worrying you. Yuzu walked past Jiro as Momo turned to the girl. Are you okay? Jiro sniffled, taking a deep breath. I'm fine. He's just an idiot. Momo smiled. I think you could have handled that better. As long as it works, I don't care. When 20 minutes had gone by, Jiro walked into Yuzu's room, Momo a step behind her. Yuzu sat on his bed, staring at the ceiling. I'm glad you listened to me. Yuzu forced a grin on his face. Hard not to. You're pretty scary when you're mad. Jiro took a seat on Yuzu's bed as Momo took the chair. They sat in silence before Momo finally spoke up. Yuzu, what's going on? If this is about what happened with Siro, we can help. There are people who can help. Yuzu hesitated before he finally began to talk. It's not just Hanta. I got kidnapped. It's a fact, and when I was kidnapped, I didn't do much. Bakugo was ready to break out the second he had a chance. He fought, and he could have escaped. I was useless in the entire fight. Because I was useless, Akiko lost a friend, and I lost my best friend. I don't want to be useless. I never want to see someone die when I could help. Jiro hummed as she smiled. I know what you mean. It's probably a lot worse for you since how close you two were, but I don't want anyone else to die, either. But destroying yourself isn't the way to go. Yuzu chuckled. Yeah. I think I should have realized that when Akiko started telling me off, but sometimes, I don't realize how long it's been. Momo clapped her hands together. I have an idea. What if we made you a schedule, including school and your hero work studies, and we can set up alarms so that you can't overrun? Jiro nodded, turning back to Yuzu. What do you think? We could probably also give you some better training exercises. I have a feeling you've never probably been introduced to that stuff. And you have. Yuzu glanced at her in confusion as she chuckled. No, but we could ask some of the others, like Uraraka, Kirishima or Ojiro. They probably would have a few tips. Hey, what if we joined you as well? I've been meaning to improve my endurance. Jiro grinned as Momo nodded. Yuzu hesitated. He still heard Shigaraki in his head, but he ignored it. Yeah. I think I'll like that, but can we do this in the morning? I don't think I can move my hand. Momo and Jiro laughed as Yuzu smiled adoringly. We'll let you sleep. See you tomorrow. Momo led Jiro out as they waved goodbye. Yuzu slumped in his bed, staring at the ceiling before he, with immense effort, rolled over and drifted off to sleep, peaceful for the first time in a long time. As the sun rose for the morning, Yuzu, Jiro, and Momo were already up. They were sitting at the table, writing in a planner. What do you think? Momo showed Yuzu the planner. He nodded before chuckling. Looks good, but we still don't know how we're going to train. We'll ask the others when they come down, but we'll probably have to tell you when you get back from your work placement. Any idea what you're doing? Jiro glanced at Yuzu as he shrugged. Not really. It's Hawks, so it could be anything from patrol to a villain heist. I don't think his agency is investigating anything major, so at least we shouldn't get into too much trouble. How could the top 3 heroes not be investigating something? Well, he probably is, but he spent most of yesterday making me run laps. Plus, since he's the top bird, he doesn't do all the legwork. He'll probably get me to work with one of the others if we have a specific target. Momo nodded as Jiro grinned. So, do you two have any plans on where you want to go? Not really. UA isn't making it easy for us to pick. Jiro chuckled as Momo nodded. You know, if you have a hero you want to work for, I could probably track down someone to recommend you, or rather, get someone in Hawk's agency to do it. No, I wouldn't want you to risk your placement, Momo declined as Jiro nodded. Yuzu shrugged. Fine, but I doubt it would. Hawk seems to like me, especially now my quirk's uses have tripled. Akiko paused as she walked in. Hey, you're up early. Yuzu grinned. Yep. I've been doing stuff. Akiko chuckled. Good for you. Looking forward to your first official day. Yuzu shrugged. Looking forward to your first day of therapy. Hell no. I told Kaida, and she gave me some tips so I don't get put in hospital. How is your sister? She's good. Got a promotion recently. Akiko grinned as the others began filing in. Yuzu returned to his conversation with Momo and Jiro when Tokoyami awkwardly stood behind them. Excuse me, Yuzu. I was wondering if I could ask for a favor. Yuzu grinned as he burst into Hawk's office. Hawks. I brought a stray. Yuzu pushed Tokoyami into the office, and Tokoyami gaped. When I asked you to introduce us, this isn't exactly what I had in mind, Tokoyami grumbled as Yuzu grinned, not caring in the slightest. Akiko took a deep breath as she walked into the building. She was early and paranoid, waiting for the therapist to show up. Growing more and more nervous, Akiko tried to read on her phone until, finally, her name was called. The therapist was an Asian lady with dark skin and hair. She smiled kindly as she led Akiko into her office. Hello there. My name is Dr. Usha Ashtikar, and this is my firm. As I'm sure you know, I specialize in helping heroes process, manage and move on with the trauma they've received from their job. I do have a license to use my quirk, which is a mood stabilizer, but I won't use it without your permission, which I will get at the start of every session. Do you understand? Akiko nodded, sitting awkwardly in her chair. Great, and if the situation occurs, will you allow me to use my quirk? Akiko nodded again. Yeah. Great. We'll start off slowly and make our way up. So, how about you tell me a bit about yourself? And so the session began. By the time Yuzu returned from his day at his work placement, he was in a good mood. They hadn't done much, only patrol, but it was fun, and he was working with Tokoyami. Momo and Jiro were already waiting for him. They sat together, talking about the different exercises that Kirishima, Ojiro, and Uraraka had recommended. They planned to ask Ida and Midoriya as well, but they hadn't had the chance to speak to them. Yuzu hummed, glancing back over the sofa. Hey, Bakugo, do you have recommendations on how best to train? Bakugo scowled, tooting harshly. Bakugo looked beat up, just like Todoroki and Naka. Come on, you're one of the strongest guys. You must do something. Bakugo pushed Yuzu away from him as he stormed past. If you really care, I can show you, but only when I'm training anyway. Thanks, Bakugo. Yuzu cheered as Bakugo tooted. Momo and Jiro shared a strange look. I didn't know you two were friends, Jiro commented as Yuzu shrugged. I wouldn't say friends, but we came to an understanding after the whole kidnapped and imprisoned thing. Jiro nodded. You think we should ask Akiko how she trains? No. Yuzu shuddered as he chuckled. Most of Akiko's training is very specific. She does a lot of running, practices activating her quirk, finger exercises and rugby and archery exercises. She claims that's why she has a good overall strength, but it's not worth it. Momo chuckled. I'm not sure it's that bad, but we won't ask her. Why does she do rugby exercises? Jiro tilted her head as Yuzu answered. Something about her sister used to do rugby, and they both played, so even when she stopped, she kept up with some of the drills that she found the best. Each to their own. What about Nakashima? Does he do anything different? Other than skipping? Naka's never been really into the whole training side. Yuzu shrugged as he smiled. No offense, Naka. Yuzu glanced at Naka, but the guy didn't respond. Guess the extra classes have knocked him out. Jiro smiled, nodding as they returned to their conversation. So, what happened to Bakugo? Was he fighting again? Mina glanced around the class as she pointed at Bakugo. He's not the only one busted up. Look at the back of the room, Kaminari suggested as Mina turned to look at Todoroki. His appealing face. Who would do such a thing? The provisional license classes sure sound tough. Must be great workouts though. Bakugo snapped. Stop talking like I'm not here. Kaminari avoided Bakugo's angry gaze as he hummed. Hey, looks like Naka got out without getting beat up so much. There's barely a scratch on him. You don't think he's been skipping? Mina questioned as Kaminari shook his head. Nah, I see him going with Todoroki and Bakugo every morning. Strange. Naka didn't respond, though his shoulders tensed. Akiko kept her eyes on Naka, a worried look on her face. Hey, how was therapy? Yuzu grinned as Akiko glanced up. It was okay. You look better than you have for a while. Something happened? I got hit. Yuzu chuckled as Akiko blinked. What? Yeah, turns out I was overdoing things and kind of damaging myself. I told you that. Hush, hush. Akiko chuckled. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. Yeah, look at us. We almost make a functioning person. Almost. Akiko paused, sighing. If only we could get Naka to do the same. He's still not talking to you. No. I think I might have done something, but you know Naka. He's not the best at communicating. Yeah. I feel you there. Class is starting now, Ida shouted over the chaos. Sadly, I must mark Tsu and Uraraka tardy. Their abscess is excused, Momo interrupted as Jiro blinked. Kirishima isn't here either, is he? Oh, you didn't hear? Those three found places to do work studies, Mina gossiped as Jiro gasped. Seriously? The conversations were cut short as Cementos walked in and began teaching. Yuzu grinned as he walked in, talking to Jiro and Momo about their training. I liked some of the machines but never asked me to do a pull-up again, Jiro complained as Yuzu nodded. I still don't think muscle mass would be beneficial for me to gain, Momo began as she tapped her chin. The more muscle mass I have, the lower my body fat will be. Yuzu nodded. Maybe instead, while we do strength training, you could do joint training. Having your joints strong would reduce the chances of spraining while running or fighting, and it's a small amount that shouldn't impact your quirk. Momo nodded. I'll look at some exercises later. Yuzu stopped when he saw Akiko writing in a notebook. Hey, working on something? Akiko smiled, a bright look on her face. It was my therapist's idea. She said I should try to get back into writing. I forgot how much fun this was. Akiko beamed as she put down her pen. What are you writing? An old idea. I've almost finished it, and I'll begin editing. Who knows? Maybe I could write alongside being a hero. It's surprisingly relaxing. Yuzu grinned. You better write my story. About an amazing hero. Akiko laughed. Sure thing. I'll tell them all about you. Akiko hesitated. I'll tell them about Zero too. If you let me. Yuzu paused, a frown on his face for a moment. Yeah. I think people should understand why he did what he did. Yuzu grinned as he rushed into the building. Evening, Hawks. Evening, Tokoyami. Tokoyami nodded as Hawks waved. Evening, Morph. Now you're both here. You should head out. Where are we going this time? Yuzu tilted his head as Hawks led them out of the office. I've got a request to work on something big, so I don't have any time to look after you kids. I'm going to give you one of my sidekicks for now. You both have my number, so you can call me if anything big turns up. Hawks stopped as he turned to the guy waiting by his door. Morph, Tsukuyami, meet Robin. He's gonna be the one to look after you today, and basically, any day, I have a mission that you're not quite ready for. He's my longest-running sidekick and will have zero problems keeping you out of trouble. Robin stood up, nodding to Hawks as he stretched. Well, I've gotta go. Have fun, and don't do anything reckless. Yuzu waved him goodbye as Tokoyami bowed. Goodbye, Hawks, and thank you once again for this opportunity. So, you're the new ones? Robin called their attention back to him as Yuzu nodded. Well, it should be a slow day. We're going to portal along the main shopping district and loop back around some of the more crime-ridden roads. Don't run off alone and all that. Come on. Robin began walking out as he yawned, shoving his hands in his pockets. So, Robin? Is there anything we should know? Yuzu tilted his head as Robin took a deep breath. I don't think so. We've had some reports of criminals fighting each other, so keep an eye out for that. Other than that, it's just a matter of walking until trouble comes. Sounds boring. Yuzu pouted as Robin chuckled. Kind of, but it's a vital part of being a hero, and it helps add to put you in the spotlight so people start noticing you. I went to UA and got kidnapped. I am not concerned about people knowing who I am. Robin laughed again. Guess that's true, but if you don't appear, they might forget you or worse, only remember the fact you were kidnapped. Yuzu hummed. Yeah, I never thought about it like that. And what about you, bird boy? Do you think people know who you are? Tokoyami blinked before he nodded. The few. I placed third in the sports festival, but it will not last long. That's the spirit, Robin cheered sarcastically. Now keep an eye out. The road around this corner is a playground to thefts and robberies. The students nodded as they followed Robin around the loop. Bakugo growled as he charged at the target, Todoroki, who sidestepped and covered him in ice. When dealing with an aggressive and dangerous foe, your priority should be taking them out with as little damage as possible. This can be done in a number of ways. Still, you should have a basic strategy in your back pocket, especially when working in cities, as damaging one building could harm hundreds of people. Hatsuharu, let's see your strategy. Naka nodded as he walked in front of Bakugo, who growled. Why am I the target again? He didn't get an answer as he screamed, charging at Naka. Naka rolled to the side, pressing a button on the inside of his glove. Instantly, the smoke surrounded them, and the large-ish clone stepped forward. They were about double the size of a regulator, and they wrapped Bakugo into a hug, holding him there as Bakugo screamed. Naka smiled, almost celebrating when he lost control, and the clone blew up, throwing Bakugo far away. Bakugo! The students turned to Bakugo as he snarled, pulling himself out of a ditch. Worst day ever. Bakugo stared at the ceiling as the teachers shook their heads at Naka, who bit his lip. The sun was setting, barely still visible over the cityscape. Robin yawned as he stretched. Last stretch, kiddos. He took a breath as he smiled. A peaceful lap around the city with no problems. And he spoke too soon. Turning, the group spotted a gang of thugs speeding down the street, shooting at another car who was shooting back. We were so close, Robin complained as he glanced at the two students. Tsukuyami, try to stop the cars, but don't get too close. I'm going to take out the shooters. Robin walked out, opening his arms as the birds flew out of his skin. Yuzu blinked, staring at the man in horror and awe. I now understand why he's the one in charge of us. Tokoyami ignored Yuzu, summoning Dark Shadow, who grabbed the front of the cars, forcing them to stop. The robins flew over the gunmen, pecking at their hands until they dropped the guns. One by one, the robins returned with a gun in their claws, all pointing them at the thugs. You are making me work overtime, Robin growled as the thugs screamed, rushing out of the cars. More robins flew down, circling the villains. I suggest you wait for the police. One of the thugs shook his head. I just wanted the cash. He rushed backwards as the birds flew at him, but he threw a bottle of something them, which seemed to explode, coating the birds in vodka. Robin frowned in confusion, seeing the bottle that had contained the drink completely intake but really weird. Yuzu rushed after the villain. I won't let him get away. Wait, Robin took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes. I was so close to going home on time. The robin flew out of his back, tailing Yuzu as he rushed down the alleyway. That is as far as you'll go. Yuzu grew out his legs, bursting forward as his arms stretched, encasing the villain in one shot. Haha, I did it. Yuzu grinned as he spotted the robin landing on his shoulder. Let's get you back to the others. As Yuzu went to leave, the man began laughing. That doesn't sound good. The man dropped something, a strange syringe, before he kicked Yuzu, squirming just enough to touch the wall. He laughed louder as the wall shifted, the entire building moving. Not good. Yuzu tried to reach the man when walls began to form around him. People were screaming, their walls missing, and a few stuck on ledges. Yuzu grew out his wings as he caught those in immediate danger and brought them to the ground. I think I should get the others. Yuzu gulped as he sighed. I can't leave them in there. Hey, little Robin, get Big Robin. I'm going to set about evacuating the building. The robin protested, but Yuzu had already run into the building. On every corner Yuzu took, he left a mark, telling anyone he came across to follow the marks out of the building. Most people weren't hurt, and those who were only had minor injuries that the others could aid, leaving Yuzu to continue up the building. The building structure was getting weaker and weaker, and it was weird. Most noticeable were the doors, which, despite everyone saying they had doorknobs before everything went weird, certainly didn't have them now, meaning Yuzu had to break down every single door he came across. Which was another weird thing. The villain came through the building, but he didn't have to break open the doors. Yuzu knew the guy was here, people had seen him, but he wasn't having the problems the rest were. The last strange thing Yuzu found was the wall of windows at the center. He didn't know how to process that, so he swiftly moved on. By the time he got near the top of the building, the structure was getting more and more fragile. Yuzu had no idea if anyone else was in the building, but he had yet to find a door he hadn't broken. Yuzu walked onto the roof. It wasn't a normal roof, but it had no ceiling. The place looked like all the other floors he had come across. The villain was there, and he had a person in his grasp. The child was crying, gasping for air and begging for help. Put the child down, Yuzu ordered as the villain ignored him. I said, put the child down. Nah, I think I'm good. The villain grinned as Yuzu cursed. He grew out his legs when the villain tooted. Nope, I wouldn't do that. You see, normally my quirk just turns things inside out. I can't do it on people, but my quirk is stronger right now. A step closer, and I'll paint this roof with the kid's intestines. Yuzu deflated his legs, standing up and holding his hands in the air. Let's take this slowly. Yuzu could see the robin flying in the corner of his eye. We can talk about this. Just let the kid go. Considering she's my ticket out of here, I'm good. So what? You have to touch the item to turn it inside out? Yeah, so don't try to approach. The second I activate my quirk, this kid is Pat. Thanks. What for? Info. Yuzu smirked as dark shadow wrapped around the villain's hands, pulling them away from the kid. The child dropped to the floor, rushing to Yuzu's side. Tokoyami and Robin were being raised up by the sidekicks birds, letting them see Yuzu. The helicopter flew closer, painting the spotlight on the villain. Make sure that one doesn't touch anything, Robin ordered as the policeman took the thugs away. Robin turned to Yuzu and Tokoyami, a yawn escaping his mouth. Well, we should get back to the agency. You both handled yourselves well. You should be proud and all that. Yuzu grinned as Tokoyami bowed. Thank you. Wait, the kid rushed forward as Yuzu stopped, turning to her. Without the villain holding her, Yuzu could see her more clearly. She had dark black hair and vivid green eyes and strange pointed ears. You been cleared? The kid nodded as her mother gently nudged her daughter. Go on. Ask him. What's your name? Yuzu grinned. I'm Morph. It's all okay now. Morph. The girl grinned. You are my new favorite hero. I'm gonna tell all the kids at school about my hero Morph. Yuzu smiled. And I'll tell everyone about this amazing kid I saved. Yuzu turned, rushing after Robin and Tokoyami as he waved to the girl. Wait, my name is Akari. Then I'll tell everyone about you, Akari. Yuzu grinned all the way back to the agency. You did well, Yuzu. I can see why Hawks chose you. Tokoyami began as Yuzu shook his head. I would have done better if I wasn't taken so badly by surprise. Then he wouldn't have escaped to hold the kid hostage in the first. Don't put yourself down. You reacted better than most would, Robin interrupted as Yuzu lowered his head, too embarrassed from the praise. I don't think that's true. Besides, there's something that guy said that I'm worried about. What's wrong? He implied that he managed to boost his quirk somehow. Robin hummed. Probably a drag enhancer quirk. There's stuff like that? They're illegal in Japan, but getting them on the black market is not too hard. You think it's a problem? I'm not sure yet. It's not like it was a huge problem. It's called a gut feeling, Robin interrupted as he hummed. As a hero, you should learn to trust your gut. I'll ask Hawks about it tomorrow and see if any of the other heroes have pulled anything about quirk drags. Thanks. Yuzu smiled as they arrived at the agency. Most of the agency was in the swapping phase, when the day shift swapped for the night shift, either getting changed or just walking through the door. Yuzu and Tokoyami got changed and headed back to the dorms. By the time they arrived, dinner had been cooked, and most were in bed or at least in their rooms. Jiro and Momo were waiting in the kitchen, smiling when they saw Yuzu return. Hey, we just saw the news. Jiro grinned, pulling 2 bowls out of the oven and handing one to each of the boys. What news? Yuzu tilted his head as Jiro held up the article. About your rescue. The news is going crazy about it. New Hawk's sidekicks, Tsukuyomi and Morph, save about 300 lives, including the life of the hostage. 6-year-old Wakaki Araki. Yuzu stared in shock as he took in the article. Cool. I don't think I should get that much credit. It was mostly Yuzu's doing, Tokoyami stated as Yuzu blinked. You kidding? You saved Araki. Tokoyami shook his head as he and Yuzu began to debate who should have credit. Jiro blinked, chuckling to herself. Only those two would argue that the other deserved more credit. You shouldn't forget to eat. I saved these portions especially for you. Momo smiled, giving the boys their cutlery as Yuzu grinned. Thanks Yao Momo. You're the best in the world. Yuzu lightly tapped Momo's shoulder as she stared. Yuzu sat down, talking to Tokoyami about what they should do next. Jiro joined in the conversation, a smile on her face as they all talked happily. Jiro stopped after a while, turning to look at Momo. Are you joining us? Yes, right. Momo sat down, but her mind was far, far away. Jiro was sleeping when she heard the knocking at her door. It can't be morning already, she protested as the door was lightly pushed forward. I can leave. Jiro shot up. Momo, what are you doing here? Jiro glanced at her clock, waking up in an instant. What are you doing here at 2 in the morning? Momo fidgeted as Jiro sighed, sitting up probably and waving Momo in. What's wrong? Jiro turned on her bedside lamp, illuminating the area they were in. Momo continued to fidget as Jiro watched her in concern. Is anyone hurt? Momo jumped as she shook her head. No, nothing like that. Jiro waited, waving Momo on to explain. Gee Kyoka, she began as Jiro cursed in her head. This was not good if Momo was using first names. I am very confused about something. What's confusing you? Jiro spoke carefully as Momo fidgeted more. When I was little, I knew I liked girls. That was not where Jiro thought this conversation was going. She tried to remain neutral, but she knew that was unlikely. Here was her crush, talking about liking girls. Hard not to get one's hopes up. My family has always been accepting of this fact. They said it didn't matter as long as I was happy. I'm glad they were accepting. Then what's got you up at 2 a.m.? Momo bit her lip. I'm not sure anymore. And there goes Jiro's hopes. You think you might be straight? Not many people have crises when they work out their straight. Jiro joked to hide the pain. Momo laughed hollowly. I guess not. I thought I liked girls, but I like guys too, apparently. Why do you say apparently? Momo bit her lip. I think I've fallen for a guy. Jiro frowned, taking in a deep breath. Momo, have you ever heard the term bisexual? Momo tilted her head, shaking it slowly. No. I don't think I've come across it before. It's used to describe people who like two genders, so people who like both guys and girls. That's a thing. Jiro chuckled softly. Yeah. But wouldn't that be cheating? No. Jiro wondered if she should explain before deciding what the heck. Momo would have to find out sooner or later. People can like multiple people at a time, that's fine. Cheating occurs when someone dates multiple people without telling the others. Momo frowned. Does that mean people can date multiple others, which isn't cheating? Yeah. That's called polyamory. People who are polyamorous will date 2 or more people, but for it to be considered polyamory, they have to tell everyone involved that they are doing this. Polyamory can come in many different shapes, but it's normally either people dating others that their partners aren't dating or the group dating everyone in the group. Do people allow that? Jiro shrugged. That depends on the person. If 3 polyamorous people got together as a group, they're unlikely to have problems with polyamory, but it can cause problems if one dynamic falls apart. Equally, some people can start dating polyamorous people but later decide they're uncomfortable and pull out of the relationship. Momo hummed as she stood up. Thank you, Kyoka. This has been highly informative. I'm glad. You going to sleep now? I have one more stop and then yes. I am exhausted. Jiro nodded. Get some rest and we can talk more another day. Thank you, Kyoka. Momo left as Jiro took a deep breath, collapsing in her bed. Well, that was a sheet experience. At least she'll be happy. And who knows, maybe Yuzu will finally see me. I can live without a partner. I'll just be lonely. Maybe I'll get a cat. Momo knocked on Yuzu's door as he groaned. Akiko, I swear if that's you, I'm throwing you out the window. Momo gently pushed the door open as Yuzu narrowed his eyes. Ya Momo? Is this a dream, or are you sleepwalking? I need to tell you something. Momo sat on Yuzu's bed as he jumped up. You okay? Yes. I've realized something, and I think if I wait until the morning, I won't say it. Yuzu frowned in concern when Momo took his hand. I'm bi, and I think I'm polyamorous, and I think I'm in love with you and Jiro. Yuzu blinked. What? That's all. Momo smiled as she collapsed, falling into Yuzu's chest. What? Yuzu stared in shock, unsure what to do. Momo looked exhausted, and Yuzu didn't fancy carrying her back to her room, so he carefully slid out from under her and laid her down. He pulled the duvet around Momo as she curled up in her sleep. How cute. Yuzu reached past Momo, picking up his stuffed rat and standing up. He considered sleeping on the couch before deciding no. He was not doing that. After some thought, he decided to take Momo's room. He carefully grabbed a pair of clothes and a bag and left. He loved his decision because, despite the sizing problems of the room, Momo's mattress was 1,000 times better than anything he had slept on before. Akiko frowned as she failed to spot Yuzu in the kitchen. "Who are you looking for?" Aoyama glanced up, noticing that Akiko had gotten distracted. "Yuzu. He's been getting up pretty early recently. Guess he's sleeping in. If he's not down in half an hour, I'll go wake him." Akiko shook her head, returning to the paper she was holding. "Now, you were saying." Aoyama smiled as he reiterated his point, making Akiko grin. The two had begun writing stories together, creating characters, plots, and drama. Akiko was glad she had found someone willing to read her books for something other than gay characters. Half an hour had passed, and Akiko packed up and went to Yuzu's room. She knocked once, twice, but got no reply. Taking a deep breath, Yuzu kicked down the door but didn't find Yuzu. Momo groaned as she awoke to Akiko's loud entrance. Akiko spun, taking out her phone as she stormed downstairs. "Guys, Yuzu's got himself kidnapped again. I've got the pirates on the line, who's ready?" Yuzu, who had arrived in the 10 minutes it took Akiko to go to his room and back, was very confused. Yuzu sighed as he left the building. He was hoping to talk to Yaomomo and Jiro before he left, but Momo was knocked out cold. Not even Aizawa's angry glare could stir her, which was the other reason he was sighing. He had detention, which felt very rude, considering Momo was the one who barged into his room. Still, he didn't have time to argue before he had to rush off to his work hero study. Tokoyami walked alongside him as they left the room, seeing Midoriya and Kirishima a little before them. "Morning, boys." Yuzu hopped down the stairs as he grinned. "Looks like you got called in too." "Most be serious if we're all getting involved." Tokoyami nodded as Uraraka appeared behind him. "Oh, good morning, guys." Uraraka and Tsu walked out, both in their school uniforms as well. "You going in today? Anyone else feel like what's about to happen is big?" Yuzu tapped his chin as Kirishima chuckled. "I think just having you and Tokoyami here gives that impression." As they went to the station, they met other heroes and kept going the same way. They were on the same train, going to the same station and finally to the same building. They met the big three outside, and when they walked into the room, tons of heroes were waiting inside. "Strange, I don't see Hawks," Tokoyami noted as Yuzu laughed. "He's not the best at resisting a dramatic entrance. He'll arrive when he wants to." Nijire bounced up to Ryukyu, talking loudly as she tried to get answers. "Hey, what's the scoop? What's going on? Talk to me, Ryukyu. I mean, I know you said there's a meeting, but what's it about?" "Patience, Nijire." Uraraka and Tsu instead chose to talk to Aizawa. "You, too, Mr. Aizawa? I'm confused. Why are you here?" Tsu tilted her head as Aizawa turned to face them. "I was called in last minute for this thing. I think I've got a rough idea of what it's about." "You should too," Ryukyu announced. "Remember what I told you, girls?" Uraraka and Tsu shared a look as Ryukyu turned to Sir Night-Eye. "We're all here, Well, almost all." As if on cue, Hawks burst through the doors with Robin. "Yo!" Yuzu forced a smile as Tokoyami blinked in surprise. "I told you we were late," Robin announced as Hawks waved him off. "We're here. That's all that's important. Let's get this started." Sir Night-Eye nodded as he walked forward. "Thanks to the information provided by all of you, our investigation has progressed substantially. We've invited you all here for a joint conference to share the intel we've acquired regarding the Yakuza group Shai Hasasakai and what we believe they might be planning." "Hold on, I feel like I'm missing something really important here." "Shai, what now?" Kirishima looked to Fat Gum in confusion as he got a super helpful explanation. "Some bad guys planning to do some bad things. And they've called a meeting so we can talk it all out. Trust me. You two are very much involved." Yuzu frowned as he looked at Hawks. "No offense. I'm sure these guys are super bad, but you don't usually deal with the Yakuzas." Hawks nodded. "No, I don't, but Robin told me about your hunch and we followed up on it. That led us to Sir Night Eye, and we're here to see if your hunch is worth its weight as a hero. Yuzu blinked. Well, that was some pressure. Everyone sat around a large table, mostly staying to their agencies as Sir Night Eye sat at the head. All right, let's begin at the beginning. Bubble Girl brought out her tablet as she began to read. For the past couple of weeks now, those of us at Night Eye Agency have been conducting an investigation into Shai Hasaikai, a small but organized group of criminals. What prompted this? Kesajiri Man asked first as Bubble Girl answered. An accident involving a gang of thieves called the Reservoir Dogs. The police thought the whole thing was an accident, but there were a number of details that didn't add up, so we began tailing them. In my capacity as a Night Eye Agency sidekick, I began following leads to see what I could uncover, Centipeder explained. I found that, in the past year, the members of Shai Hasaikai have had increased contact with those outside of their organization, including other groups whose business dealings are less than reputable. Their aims seem to be expanding their organization and enriching its coffers. Shortly after our investigation began, they made contact with a member of the League of Villains. Jean Babaigawara, villain name, Twice. The picture appeared behind Centipeder, showing the leader with Twice. They were wary of being tailed, so I was unable to follow them, but with the help of the police, I confirmed that an altercation had occurred between the two groups. That'd be about when they decided to reach out to Tsukachi and me, Gran Torino interrupted. Figured we'd be able to assist, given the League's involvement. Kesajiri Man glanced at Gran Torino in confusion. Where is Tsukachi? Follow-ups with some other eyewitnesses. You know, cop stuff. Sorry kid, I didn't see something like this coming. Gran Torino glanced at Midoriya before he sighed. I've got a bad feeling that things are about to get ugly. I don't care if they do. I want to help, Midoriya answered as Mirio grew confused. Hold up, you know him? Oh, Gran Torino? I did my internship with him. Sir Night Eye ignored the sidetrack that had occurred. Go on, Bubble Girl. So after all that went down, we noticed on the HN requesting assistance. I think we can skip that part, Centipeder announced as Nijire explained to Tsu and Uraraka what the HN was. Does anybody want to tell me why a bunch of high school kids were invited to this conference? Rock Lock did not look happy about the students surrounding him. I don't care if they are from UA. If we have to keep stopping to explain this stuff, we'll never get to the actual plan. Don't say that, Fat Gum interrupted. These two have important information to pass along. Fat Gum motioned to his students as they both grew disheartened. I would also like to point out I'm only here because of my students. Hawks grinned into his hands as Yuzu grew more nervous. Anyway, I see a lot of new faces, so let me introduce myself. Nice to meet ya. I'm Fat Gum. Who wants candy? Sir Night Eye also ignored that tangent. Hasaikai's movements are hard to trace, but we suspect one of their main sources of income is illegal drag sales. So I requested help from heroes who have some expertise in that area. Yup, I brought in my fair share of drag dealers back in the day, and at Red Riot's debut fight, he proved he could too. Fat Gum tightened his fist around the sweets as he continued his explanation. Tamaki was shot, and the bullet contains some kind of drag I've never heard of before. One that destroys quirks. Mirio jumped up, a panicked expression on his face. Whoa, what? Tamaki, you're okay, right? Yeah, the stuff wore off while I slept. Here, look. Tamaki didn't raise his hand as he showed off his quirk to calm down Mirio. I've got this cow hoof and everything. I'm glad to know the effects aren't permanent at least, Rocklock stated in relief. So this stuff doesn't zap a quirk for good. No. But Eraserhead has some further insight, Sir Night Eye announced, turning the attention to the tired teacher. It doesn't seem to function exactly like my erasure does. Since I'm not actually attacking the quirk directly. What we call a quirk is an extraordinary addition to an ordinary human body. Those additions are collectively referred to as quirk genes. I can shield those genes and temporarily block their expression, but I don't actually damage them. But after Tamaki here was shot, Fat Gum continued, taking over from Aizawa, we brought him to the hospital and they found that his quirk genes had sustained damage. Fortunately, they seem to have healed on their own, and he's back to normal now. Sir Night Eye nodded. What do we know about the substance he was shot with? Whatever it was didn't harm the rest of his body. Nothing but his quirk was impaired in any way. The guy who shot him clammed up. He won't say a word. And the round that hit Tamaki was totally spent. However, Kirishima bravely defended Tamaki from a bullet which then bounced off his own body and should provide us with a viable sample. Kirishima seemed more confused than anyone as the other students praised him. And when we analyzed the substance from the bullet, we discovered something that made me sick to my stomach. It contained human blood and cells. The heroes gasped in horror as they processed the information. Ryukyu spoke first. In other words, that effect came from a person. From some's power. A quirk that can destroy quirks. Yuzu hummed. Your person, did he use a quirk enhancer drag? Fat Gum nodded as Yuzu turned to Robin. Is it possible that the drags were the same? If so, couldn't the invert guy tell us something about this one too? They likely came from the same source, and it's possible they know more info about the guy who has the quirk, or at least, someone who will. That's what we thought too. He claimed not to have any information about the drags, but we know he's lying. We've got our best interrogator on it and should have information soon. Yuzu was a little disappointed but let the other heroes take over. I'm not connecting the dots. How is all this related to Hasaikai? Fat Gum answered first. As we've established, the man who shot Tamaki used an illegal drag. The distribution channels for stuff like that are complex. Although things be shrunk since the old days, drags still pass through various people and organizations before they finally reach the end user. There's no concrete evidence that Hasaikai handled the drag. Still, we know for a fact that they interacted with one of the middlemen responsible for moving it. That's all. We hope to have more from Hawksky. Before the conversation could drift off, Sir Night Eye took over. The other day, Ryukyu's team broke up a fight between two villain groups. One of those groups was controlled by the intermediary organization that Fat Gum just mentioned. Ryukyu nodded, taking over. One of the giants had been given an inferior drag that didn't last long. There have been a rash of gang-related crimes recently, and most could be connected to the Hasaikai if you tried hard enough, Kesajiri Man announced as the masked hero huffed. Which is what it seems like you're doing, trying to make them guilty. Don't you have anything that implicates them more clearly? Sir Night Eye changed the picture on the screen, showing off the leader of the group. Their young head, Chisaki, quirk, overhaul. With this power, he can disassemble things and then reassemble them. A quirk that allows him to completely break down matter. And a bullet that can break down quirks. Chisaki has a daughter named Eri. There are no records or details about her biarch. But when Mirio and Midoriya encountered her, they noticed there were bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Ryukyu glared at the picture, her teeth grinding together. Could he really do something so horrific? Unfortunately, yes, Gran Torino answered. In a world of superhumans, if you can dream it, you can do it. Kirishima was lost, asking for an explanation as Rock Lock grew annoyed at his presence. Once again, why do we have children in this meeting? I'll say this one time, we're wondering if the Chisaki BSTRD is turning his daughter's body into bullets and selling them on the black market. The students gulped, horrified, as Sir Night Eye continued. To be clear, we aren't certain that he's actually selling the bullets. At this point, their efficacy appears to be questionable. It's possible that they're still in the testing phase, and he's giving them out as samples to rally more people to his cause. We have no hard evidence, but we do know he's gathering allies and funds from across the nation. If the completed drag allows him to annihilate someone's quirk entirely, imagine the devastation he could cause. Just talking about it's enough to make my blood boil. Let's go get this monster. Fat Gum was struggling to stay still as he spoke. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if these two amateurs had just gotten the girl away from him, Rocklock announced, glaring at Midoriya and Mirio. I take full responsibility, Sir Night Eye interrupted. The blame should not fall on them. Even without knowing the whole story, they acted to save the child, each in their own way. Midoriya was willing to bear the risk of taking her then, while Mirio chose to wait for another opportunity when success would be more likely. I assure you, nobody in this room is more frustrated than they are. Sir Night Eye couldn't finish when said boys jumped up, an angry look on both their faces. We'll get Eri away from him next time, and we'll protect her. Indeed. That's precisely what we're come here to discuss. Hawks leaned in as Yuzu gulped. He wasn't sure whether that was better or worse. Rocklock tooted as he looked away from Mirio and Midoriya. You kids want to talk big, that's fine. But if what Night Eye is saying is for real, that little girl is at the center of Hasaikai's entire underground drag operation. She may have managed to get away from Overhaul for a few minutes, but she got herself seen by a couple of heroes. You think he's still gonna keep her at home after that? Hell, I know I sure wouldn't. And if we go bustin' into their headquarters and she's not there, they're gonna know that we're onto them. We gotta be sure of where he's hiding her. He has a point, Ryukyu answered as she lifted her head. Do you have a plan for that, Night Eye? That's our conundrum, he answered. Since we don't currently know how far they've taken their plans, the success of our initial strike is crucial. To that end, we've made a thorough list of groups with connections to Hasaikai, as well as properties owned by the organization. This is our starting point. I would like you all to investigate each coordinate on this map. It is the most logical way to narrow down our targets. So, that's why you asked minor heroes like us to join you, Mr. Brave decided as his friend looked at him. What do you mean? Go on. The heroes in this room all operate in one of those locales. We know the areas better than most. The room went quiet until Fat Gum spoke. Didn't expect someone who worked with All Might for so long to be such a careful planner. Let's just go bring him down. While we're taking our sweet time, that abused girl's out there crying somewhere. We can't do this like All Might would, Sir Night Eye stated, not looking at Fat Gum. That's why we must be meticulous about our strategies and predictions from the outset. So we have the highest chance of saving her. He's right. We shouldn't rush, Gran Torino agreed, making Fat Gum turn to him. If we show our hand and then don't end up rescuing her, then we'd just be throwing gas on a fire. Like how Stain's capture was a beacon that led criminals to seek out and join the League. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they handed out quirk-destroying weapons to those hoodlums in order to increase their recruitment. You're thinking too dang much, Fat Gum complained. If we keep sitting here yapping about it, we're never gonna get anything done. Excuse me, I've got a question. Aizawa held up his hand, waiting until Night Eye gave him permission to talk. I don't know the specifics of your quirk, Night. Feel free to correct it. But from what I've heard of it, your quirk, Foresight, allows you to see into the future. So why not use it on us? That's logical, right? I'm sorry, but I cannot. Night Eye lowered his head for a moment as he composed himself. My foresight has some limitations. I need a full 24 hours between activations. That means I get one person, and then I'm spent for the rest of the day. Additionally, the future is played in my mind like a flashback. Think of it like viewing a film strip. For 1 hour, I have the power to watch a person's life as a movie. The issue is that everything I see is from a tight perspective on the person in question. This severely limits my capacity to interpret context. That should still provide more than enough information to be useful, don't you think? And it doesn't explain why you can't do it. Aizawa was not accepting this man's excuses. What if I saw imminent death in your near future? What if it were a cruel, merciless demise? My quirk should be employed only after we've confirmed the highest likelihood of success. Then, it can help ensure our victory. It shouldn't be relied upon when there are still too many uncertainties. Whoa, hold up, Lockrock interrupted. Death is still information. If we know what's coming, we can figure out how to survive. You don't understand. It's possible what I see is unavoidable. Bro, that's the only excuse you have, for real? Oh, hell no, just use it on me now. I'll show you I can beat death. I can't. Sir Night Eye bowed his head as the room grew tense. After a long moment, Hawks stood up. Come, Robin, Tsukuyami, Morph. We're leaving. Yuzu stared in horror as Hawks began walking away. Wait, we should stay. We could help. We're leaving. Hawks didn't wait for Yuzu, walking away from the table. Robin sighed, pulling Yuzu along as the trio followed their pro-hero. Hawks stopped by the door, glancing at Sir Knight. You will get a report every Thursday. No more, no less. And he left. Yuzu smiled, grinning as he hopped next to Hawks. I knew you weren't just going to leave. Really? What gave you that impression? You're too good of a person. I'm not a good person. Robin, you'll lead this project with Morph. You'll use Mondays and Thursdays to collect information from the location. Take Eagle as well, and I expect Morph to at least help in the reports. I'm doing what now? Reporting is a useful skill. Robin will show you the best way. Yuzu sighed as Robin patted his shoulder. Welcome to sidekick work. Tokoyami frowned as he looked at Hawks. Sir, excuse me for asking, but it does not sound like I will be helping Morph and Robin in this project. No. I have a different project I want your help with. You'll work with me on those days, and on the days you're both here, you'll be doing patrol work. Understood? Yes, Hawks. Yuzu and Tokoyami arrived at the dorms a long time before the others, not even seeing them on the train. I wonder what happened to them. Yuzu glanced around as Tokoyami grumbled. We did leave early. We have no idea of knowing how long the meeting went on after we left. Yuzu chuckled. Guess that's true. I can't believe how much of a scare Hawks gave me when he said we were leaving. You should be glad. Your gut was spot on about that invert guy. Yeah. I'm glad Hawks and Robin listened to me. They could have ignored me. Tokoyami nodded. I wonder what Hawks is going to have me work on while you and Robin are doing surveillance. I wonder who Eagle is. I don't remember any hero called that. Probably only a sidekick. Guess I'll find out. Yuzu stopped, looking to the other side of the room. Jiro and Momo were waiting as normal, but they seemed tense. Tokoyami glanced at the three and decided he was not doing that and left. Hey Momo. Shall we talk? Yuzu smiled as Momo nodded. Jiro stood up, stepping back. I should go. Why? Yuzu tilted his head as Jiro blinked. Well, I thought you two would want some privacy. That would be great, but I want you there too, Momo answered, glancing at Yuzu as he nodded. Let's go to Momo's room. That way, we can sit in a circle so no one is cut out. Jiro nodded numbly, not really sure why she was being brought along. After Akiko's morning panic, everyone knew Momo had gone to Yuzu's room. Yuzu was the guy who confused her. Why would they want her there when they talk about their relationship? The group piled into Momo's room, sitting on the bed awkwardly. After a tense few minutes, Momo spoke up. Listen, firstly, I wanted to apologize about last night. It was inappropriate of me to burst into your rooms like I did. I sincerely apologize, especially for getting you in trouble, Yuzu. Nah, it's fine. Aizawa's put the detention on my rest day. It was a complete accident, but it's not like I'm gonna miss anything important. Still, I am so very sorry. Momo gripped her shirt as her eyes wavered. Now, about what I said dash. Can I say something first? Yuzu tilted his head as he fidgeted with his fingers. The girls nodded, letting him speak. So, before anything else, there is something you should know. Yuzu took in a final deep breath. This was worse than last time. I'm trans. Jiro blinked. That was not expected. Oh, I kind of knew. Yuzu frowned. How? Jiro shrugged. I guessed, mostly after everything that happened with Zero. I wanted to find out why he was a villain and why he kept trying to make you one, and I found out about his brother. I realized then. Yuzu hung his head as he took a long breath, calming his mind. Yeah. You got that on the nose. Yuzu turned to Momo, who was frowning deeply. Is everything okay? I can leave if I'm making you uncomfortable. What? No. I've never heard that term before. I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me. Yuzu blinked as he laughed. Out of all the reactions he imagined these two giving him, neither of these was what he expected. Being trans means I was born as the wrong gender. I was born female, and I've transitioned into being male. Momo blinked, a confused look on her face. I still don't understand. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Yuzu laughed as he leaned against his hand, trying to think. You know how sometimes fish will just swap genders? Yuzu narrowed his eyes. Why would she know that? Surprisingly, Momo nodded. Well, it's kind of like that, but it takes longer. So you're a man who used to be a woman. Yeah. You know the funny thing? I was going to tell you too a long time ago. You remember when we were at the USJ, and you stabbed me? Jiro pursed her lips together. Nope. I don't remember that. Yuzu laughed. I do. I was going to tell you then, but you stabbed me, and after that, I couldn't really find the right time. Momo chuckled softly. You chose a great moment. Yuzu forced a smile to his face, looking over the girls. Does this change anything? Jiro shook her head. It didn't change anything when I worked it out. It's not going to change now. Nothing has changed for me, Momo answered, making Yuzu sigh in relief. Now that's out the way, take the floor, Momo. Momo nodded as she grew nervous again. Jiro frowned, unsure what was going on. Momo. Momo took in a deep breath as she stared intently at her sheets. Last night, when I was struggling, I came to a number of realizations about who I like. Momo had to pause between her words, doing her best to force them out. I know. I was there, too. Responded, suppressing her pain. She still didn't understand why she was here, and she would prefer not to watch her crushes get together without her. Momo shook her head, her blush rising higher as she took Jiro's hand. No, you don't understand. Momo took a breath before she also took Yuzu's hand. I like both of you. Jiro blushed as she stared between Momo and Yuzu. Yuzu smiled softly, hesitating as he offered a hand out for Jiro. Jiro frowned as she looked over Yuzu. But you were avoiding us. How do you like us? When I was kidnapped, one of the reasons they used was that I was trans. The other was you too. They tried to use the fact I was poly against me, and I let it get inside my head. It took you slapping me for me to start ignoring that D-dash. I'm not afraid of who I am, and if you feel the same, I would love to be in a relationship with you both. Jiro looked between the two as she blushed, covering her face. No fair. You've both had a day to prepare what you were going to say. The red blush traveled along her ears and down her earphone jacks and was not hidden by her hands to any measure. Yuzu and Momo smiled, laughing lightly as they waited. Finally, Jiro pulled her hands off her face. The others were looking at her with adoring eyes, and the second she saw it, she hid again. I can't do it if you look at me like that. Jiro took a breath, gently lowering her hands into Momo and Yuzu's awaiting grip. I would love to be in a relationship with you, too. She spoke quietly, unable to meet Yuzu and Momo's gazes. What happens now? Momo blinked. I don't actually know. I've never been in a relationship before. Yuzu grinned, gripping the girl's hands. Can I call you my girlfriends? Jiro and Momo blushed as Jiro nodded. If I can call you my boyfriend. Hell yeah. Yuzu cheered as he leaned closer. He pulled Momo and Jiro into a tight hug. I have girlfriends. The best girlfriends possible. Jiro blushed heavier, burying herself in Yuzu's shoulder. They stayed there for a moment when the door was kicked open, a set-off Aizawa in the doorframe. I thought I told you separate rooms. Akiko sighed as she walked back to the dorms from therapy. She did not need those revelations today. Tough session? Akiko lit up, seeing Ava waiting outside the UA dorms. Ava had changed slightly since last Akiko had seen her. Her hair had grown longer, showing off the black roots, and Ava had pulled it back in a low ponytail. You have no idea. What are you doing here? Ava grinned. Well, since you've gotten yourself a semi-normal sleep schedule and we restarted operations, I haven't had a chance to see you. I've missed you. Ava smiled softly as Akiko grinned. I've missed you too. Does this mean you're back in Japan? Ava nodded. For a few days. We're dropping off a few of the immigrants' processions and picking up some stuff, and then we'll be in China over the weekend. Akiko frowned. Oh, you're going so soon. Yeah, I wish I could stay too, but we do actually have to keep up the job or we'll starve. And don't even suggest buying us food. Akiko held up her hands with a light laugh. I would never. I learnt my lesson last time. Akiko laughed as Ava smiled. So, how are things? Therapy is shit but class is good. I've been working on this new technique that will allow me to use both my roots and vines at the same time. Ava frowned. I wasn't aware you could only use one at a time. Well, technically I can use both, but the amount of concentration to control all 20 is more than I can handle right now. We're working on improving my control and getting certain attacks into muscle memory so they're less taxing. Oh, cool. You're seriously cool. Akiko blushed as she scratched the back of her head. You're kidding. You're cooler than I am. I mean, you took on a hero in Australia without a quirk and won. Ava blushed too. I wouldn't put too much credit on me. He was pretty new to being a hero. You still beat a hero. Ava lowered her head, resisting the urge to hide as Akiko laughed wholeheartedly. You guys are all cool. How are the rest? Ava sighed. Liz is doing the best. She has been working on giving us protective gear. Some of the stuff she's designing is amazing. I keep suggesting she gets a support hero degree, but she doesn't want to help those useless heroes. Akiko laughed. Sounds about right. Maybe she should design hero tech that screams at people if they're being unheroic-like. Ava's eyes lit up. That would be FING epic. What about the twins? How's Dante? Ava shrugged. He's processing. Alfie's death hit him hard, but Gale is keeping him company. And how are you? I'm okay. Sometimes I go about the ship and I think he's still there. Ava hung her head as she spoke when Akiko wrapped her arms around her. Hey, it's okay. Grief takes a long time for everyone, and Alfie is still with us in here. Akiko pointed at Ava's head as she snickered. Aren't you meant to point at the heart? Why would I do that? If he was in your heart, you couldn't remember him. Akiko smiled as Ava relaxed, leaning into Akiko's side. Hey, how about this? Meal by the seaside? That sounds great. Akiko grinned, taking Ava's hand and pulling her along. Yuzu stretched as he bounced up to Robin's desk. It's Thursday. Nice observation. Yuzu huffed, crossing his arms. Very funny. It's time we scout. Give it a minute. We can't leave without Eagle. Yuzu huffed again, jumping on Robin's desk. So, what exactly about this Eagle fellow is so important he has to join us? She is better than you. Is that a good enough reason? Yuzu screamed as he jumped away from the voice. Robin sighed, standing up slowly. I haven't had enough coffee for this. Oh, get me one too, Roby. Robin growled, storming off. I told you not to call me that. The lady laughed, smirking as she placed her hand on her hip and turned back to Yuzu. Hello, Morph. Eagle, the 2020 hero. Yuzu slowly stood as he shook Eagle's hand. Hi. So, I got given a file about this big and have not read it. What are we doing? Eagle made a hand motion, stretching her fingers before she laughed. And hurry, Robin will shout at me if he learns I didn't read it. Yuzu nodded, coughing slightly. We're looking at a drag group. Their leader, Overhaul, is creating drags that can destroy people's quirks by selling his daughter's blood. Our job is to find his daughter so we can launch a rescue without endangering her. Eagle blinked. Well, DMN. This is a serious mission. Yuzu nodded as Eagle clapped her hands together. Well, no time like the present. Let's go. Eagle turned, walking to the door and grabbing Robin by his collar. Why did it have to be you? Robin hung his head as Eagle laughed and dragged him along. Yuzu followed in confusion but smiled nonetheless. He was going to help. The group crowed in a nearby alleyway, glancing at the building when Robin released the birds. They took off to the sky and landed on the trees surrounding their location. So, Roby, Yuzu glanced at Robin as he told Yuzu to never call him that. Why are you releasing your robins? I can see through their eyes, Robin explained. All their senses are relayed to my brain, meaning I can see all sides of the buildings. Yuzu gaped, nodding as he hummed. And what about you, Eagle? What's your quirk? Eagle grinned as she created an eye in the palm of her hand. Yuzu stepped away with a horrified look, making Eagle grin. I can create eyes that merge with anything I touch. There, I can control them and watch anything they see. That is seriously creepy. Yuzu blinked as he frowned. Wait, if your quirk has zero to do with an eagle, why did you choose that name? You probably can't tell because I've lived in Japan my whole life, But my dad is from America. There, the eagle is a symbol of freedom and a bird that has impressive eyesight. I wanted to become a hero who would help people live freely. Stay here, I'm going to do a loop and plant my eye. Eagle stood up, walking up. She waved and laughed with a few civilians who recognized her, even taking a picture with one. You wouldn't have noticed unless you were paying really close attention, but during that picture, she placed her hand on the wall of the building, and the eye melted into its concrete. So creepy, Yuzu strained as Robin nodded. Don't let her distract you. She may have a creepy quirk, but for jobs like this, it's the best one you could have. Robin paused before he turned to Yuzu. Hey, you can create extra limbs, right? Yuzu nodded, creating an extra arm on his right side. Sure can. You think you could create an ear? We've got sight covered, but hearing them could be pretty useful. Yuzu hummed, staring at his hand. After a few seconds, Yuzu created an ear. Holy shit. I can dash, he paused, raising the ear to his mouth. Hello. Yuzu sighed, changing the ear to an eye to test his theory. So, apparently I can, but they don't work. What are you talking about? That thing is staring at me. Robin looked slightly disturbed, resisting the urge to say there were now two of Eagle. Well, yeah, I can move it and give the appearance of it working, but I guess it's not wired up to the right bit of my brain because if it is seeing anything, I'm not receiving it. Yuzu paused before he grinned. That said, I might have a separate idea. Yuzu grew his ear until it was the size of a separate head. He regretted it reducing the size again. What's wrong? Did it not work? No. It worked. Yuzu rubbed his ear. It just made everything really loud. I think I might need more practice before I try that in the field. Try what in the field? Eagle appeared behind Yuzu and Robin, covering Yuzu's mouth as he screamed. Sorry. I didn't want anyone to realize that we were watching the building, so I had to take a weird route. Now, what were you working on? Yuzu explained to Eagle, who just got excited because she claimed to have inspired Yuzu's palm eye. Yuzu shook his head, taking out the notebook and writing down anything he saw or anything that Robin and Eagle claimed to see. Eagle moved her eye further and deeper into the building, avoiding the cameras carefully. When the sun was setting, Robin recalled his birds, and Eagle retrieved her eye, which moved along the pavement like a weird blob. Eagle accepted the eye back onto her palm, and when it closed its eyelids, it dissolved into her body. Guess that's night. Yuzu grinned as he started to walk away when Robin grabbed him. No way. It's Thursday. You know what that means. Scout Day. Report Day. Yuzu sighed in disappointment as Eagle laughed in the background. Robin spun, grabbing her. You too, Eagle. She sulked, lowering her head as Robin made them march back to Hawk's agency.